Grace and peace, everybody. We're back. You saw the thumbnail. You saw the title. You know what we're about to do. We are going to jump into, Cantifa, Candace Land. Your girl has not announced her show yet. I do have a hard stop at 6:45 our time. So that's in 2 hours and 35 minutes. So I do have a hard stop then to go pick up Chief Executive Second Born from school. However, I'm looking over at your girl's channel. She don't have anything scheduled yet. I know she's gonna do it. So I'm not gonna even wish upon a star. Not gonna even hope against hope that she doesn't go live, because she does. I know she's gonna do it. So she's probably gonna go live at 5:30. I hate it. I hate that she drags it out like that. But maybe she'll go at 4:30. Who knows? God willing, it would be great if she went at 4:30. That'd be wonderful. Anyway, grace and peace, everybody. Hope you all had a wonderful day. Yesterday, I got some feedback from you all that you liked the palate cleanse activity of doing some body cam instead of just jumping right into Candaspiracy. And I can rock with that. I can get with that. So I spent some time today. I found some fun ones. I got some feedback from you all that you liked the one we did yesterday where the woman was, shall we say, 3 sheets to the wind. She was cooked, or whatever y'all call it. She was done. She's blasted. I found this one right here, I think is going to definitely brighten your day. So if you are still snowbound up there, up north or whatever like that, or, you know, it's a blistery 30 degrees and the ice isn't melting, whatever, I think this one will at least brighten your day up. Because this lady was hilarious, man. I mean, she was cooked. But she was funny as all get out. And the officers even at one point, they're like, what are we seeing here? So I think this one will be good. Shout out to everybody who's jumped into the best live chat on the internet. I want to say I appreciate all of you all. We got up in here. What's going on? Hello from Texas. We're thawing out. In Texas, y'all get some strange weather. How are y'all more southern than we are and y'all got snow? Like, that's crazy. What temp does ice melt? I don't know. I guess it doesn't melt at 30 degrees. That's what we now know from Candace. We know that part. You know what? While I'm waiting for my body cam, you know, I'm going to play something. I thought this one was good. Well, this one will be serious. This will be a serious one. I do have a very quick, serious video to play, and then we'll pull up our body cam and get the night going. Why do you not have it ready, Jason? I'm going to fire editor Jason. I tell you. Here we go, right here. You may have seen this on the Twitterverse, and this is for all of the people. Matter of fact, I was on a podcast today where a guy was talking about he's going to leave America. He's going to leave America because America is bad. He's a black man. He lives here in Atlanta. He's super successful, but he's going to leave America because America is whatever. He's going to go somewhere else. And I said, as sure as my name is Jason and as sure as I'm black, that rascal ain't going to never leave. He might go abroad and live abroad for, you know, a long vacation, but there's no place better. There's no place better. So this young lady, this woman got over here on the Lord's internet, got on TikTok to talk about how she's preparing to leave the United States. And it's so funny what she's doing to get ready to go to another country in contrast to what people are doing to get into this country. Let me pull this in. Green hearts in the chat when you can hear.
Want to see liberal logic in real time?
I am leaving this country, the United States, in 213 days. And I am spending day after day researching schools, where to live, how to afford this, visas, taxes, everything.
So you understand that there is a process to go into another country then, right?
With what they're doing to immigrants, with what we are doing to other countries.
Okay, so it's okay for other countries to do it and you're going to go to them, but when we do it, it's wrong?
I can't be here anymore. I can't breathe here.
So you're okay with doing all the steps necessary to move to another country because it's okay for them to do it, but you're fleeing from this country because we're enforcing those same laws that we've always had?
I also empathize with the countries that are being inundated with immigrants. I am sorry.
So you're sorry because you understand that it causes issues, but you don't mind putting that on another country because you're angry that this country is trying to fix that problem?
I'm not trying to ask anyone to assimilate to me. Okay, I am moving and I expect to fully have to assimilate into that culture
Bye.
as much as I possibly can.
So you understand that you should assimilate when you move to another country, but you're angry that people are coming here and not assimilating, and we're trying to fix that.
For 1 second, understand why people are leaving.
Totally fine with you leaving, but it's a little hard to understand where the disconnect comes in, that it's okay for all the other countries to have these laws, but the fact that we are enforcing these laws finally after not under the last administration, it's a problem.
We're literally escaping fascism.
Oh, okay. You're brainwashed. I get it now.
There we
Well,
go.
good luck with your travels.
I think people that do that, they should be mandatory. It should be mandatory that they relinquish their citizenship. Somebody said it, like they're not going to give up their citizenship. They need to give away their citizenship. White anxiety, okay, is a growing disease. Okay, I can take that. Is it like black fatigue? Is it like that? Because I mean, yeah. But yeah, and take them with you. I want you to go full bore. If you move to Italy or France or somewhere else, relinquish your citizenship. Go to that other country and do the whole process of becoming a citizen of China or a citizen of Dubai or wherever you go. I don't care. Wherever you go, just go and don't come back. I want to see that part. Because all these people talk that smack about, I want to leave it. I'm going to leave the United States. But they very rarely do they do. I think the only one I can honestly say I know has left is Ellen DeGeneres and George Clooney, I think. But all these other people, America's horrible, Trump is terrible, but they're still here. You can leave. No, nobody. You have the ability to leave. I don't necessarily have the ability to leave at this moment, but you have the ability to leave. Go ahead and put your money where your mouth is and get to stepping. Get to stepping. Becky, go on and go. We good. Anyway, y'all, thank y'all so much for that. All right. Fun body cam. Let me check real quick. Please go and do this dumb show. I mean, I almost want her to just to get it over with. Like, just rip the Band-Aid off and just do the stupid show. Dang, she still ain't announced it. Y'all pray for that woman. Anyway, body cam. This one's kind of funny. I think you'll get a good laugh out of it. So with no further ado, Green Hearts in the chat when you can hear. Hey, there we go.
2025. Officers conducted a traffic stop on a vehicle with a suspected drunk driver.
How we doing, man?
I'm fine, and you?
Yeah, my name's also Mark back to Fine Police. It's not your plates are expired on your car, and they're also suspended, too. Okay. Did you know about that? Okay.
And I got my insurance. I just couldn't get to it, introduce it, or whatever the case may be. You want to see my insurance?
Yeah, I'll
I mean, what you taking me to jail? I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, right now I'm just doing a traffic stop because your plates are expired.
And I'm the lucky person. Here you go.
You can take your insurance. I'll give your driver's license with you. Real quick, you might hand me that drink right there that's in your center cup holder right there. The green one. How much have you had to drink tonight?
I wasn't drinking it.
Okay. Any reason why you have an open tequila cocktail in the car and there's a Patron bottle on the floorboard?
Patron bottle is
What'd you
crazy.
say?
Somebody else was in
Somebody else was in your car. Okay, so you've had nothing to drink tonight. You're good to drive home, everything like that. Okay. Give me 1 second, okay?
Okay, now the police, if you remember in the beginning, they said they pulled the woman over for suspected drunk driving. You're like, well, how did they suspect that she was a drunk driver? There's a reason why they stopped her. It's not just at random. It wasn't just the luck of the draw. It wasn't just they saw her swerving on the road. They actually were alerted to her. And that empty Patron bottle, trust me, it's empty for a reason. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Miss Glover, can you hop out of the car for me?
May I ask why I'm hopping out the car?
Because I'm asking you to.
Okay, may I ask the reason?
Yes, because I believe you're under the influence of alcohol. I'll sort of do some tests, make sure you're good to drive home, because granted it's a long way from me.
Can I ask what kind of test we're taking?
First we're going to start off with an eye test. It'll be a standardized field sobriety test. If we do that, you're good to drive home, okay? I won't even write you a ticket.
Okay. Oh, you gonna write a ticket?
Okay. How about you stand right here with my light shining?
What light?
The light.
Right here?
Yep. Face me.
When you say what light, you already know we in for a good one right here. She said what light?
Put your feet together just
Oh,
like
I can't
this.
stand
I know
these
it's
people.
cold, but can you put your arms down by your side for me, okay? So how much have you had to drink? 'Cause I know you have that open tequila cocktail in the car.
No, that's not mine.
Okay.
And I was being honest with you.
Where you come from?
I'm coming from the hospital. My sister her sister was having a baby.
Okay. So why did the security staff tell us you were drinking heavily in the lobby there?
I wasn't.
You weren't drinking at all? Okay. So if you
I already knew, no, not to cut you off, sir, or no disrespect. I already knew why y'all was pulling me over.
Okay. So do you...
You doing your job. Okay,
Yeah. Could
go
you...
ahead.
Well, your
I'm
plates
just
are also...
zipping on my coat.
Your
Yes, they
plates
is.
are also expired.
But
as well.
I have insurance.
So do you have any idea why there may be some miscommunication and why the hospital security thought you were drinking in the lobby and they think you could be drunk? Any idea? Okay. So what I want you to do is stare at the tip of my finger right here, okay? Yep. Can you see it just fine? I'm going to move it from side to side. I want you to follow it with your eyes and your eyes only, okay? Do you understand?
I know.
Do not have to move your hand.
I understand, but
She understands.
You doing all this. I mean, you say follow your hand, correct?
Follow the tip of my
tip.
finger.
Okay, get your tip going.
All right, just your eyes.
Get your tip going.
Nope, moving your head here. I need you to keep your head still, just your eyes, okay? Not following my finger at all. Follow my finger with your eyes and your eyes only.
I am. My head not moving.
You're still staring at me.
And I can still see the finger
I need
on
you
my
to-
peripheral.
I need you to look at it the whole time, not your peripheral.
Okay,
Keep it.
come on.
Keep staring
Come
at
on,
it, okay?
baby.
Staring at me.
Because my eyes going that way.
No, you're not. I can see your eyes. I'm in front of you. I can see your
We
eyes.
in front of each other.
Yeah, follow it with your eyes. Don't look at your peripheral. Follow it with your eyes. Keep your head still, okay?
We're in front of each other. It's crazy.
And my peripheral still gonna follow it.
No, you have to follow it with your eyes. You're not.
Come on, let's
I'm trying.
be fair.
I'm trying to work with you.
Come on,
I'm
let's
trying.
be fair.
I'm trying to work with you here.
Fur.
Okay. Follow it with your eyes.
And
not
my
just,
peripheral gonna
No.
follow you.
with just your eyes. Focus on it.
Focus on the tip of his finger, ma'am.
Nope. I'm trying to work with you here, Renisha. You're not helping me here.
Okay. And I'm still gonna, I'm gonna look at you, and my eye gonna go that way.
It's not. Your eyes are still staring at me.
Yeah, and then the eye still going that way.
Your eyes not going.
I mean,
that way.
I'm not, look, I'm not starting no problem with you or whatever somebody told you or whatever, yeah.
Okay.
You
Let's
can
try.
say my license plate, though, like we can, I could come out here, I could jump, and I could do all this, though, like seriously, though, like, yes. I don't have my sticker for my car.
Okay.
I can own it.
Okay.
I'm an adult.
Okay.
I can own that. You say somebody called you from the hospital or whatever the case may be. The only reason they say this is suspended is because I don't have no. They say I don't have no insurance. I showed you my insurance. Sir.
You did.
I'm sorry.
I'm
the database. No, I'm not disrespecting y'all. I'm not storing no. I'm not doing none of that.
I'm trying to work with you to make sure that you're not
Okay,
impaired on your
but-
way home because your speech is slurred. You got open alcohol inside your car,
No, I don't because
That's open.
Okay, look, that's open.
and it's half full.
I can own it, but
Okay.
it's not
I
mine.
can own that.
Okay. And I'm trying to work with you to get you to go home
How
tonight.
you
Okay.
working with me? Can I ask that?
I'm trying to do these tests.
Okay.
Okay. Make sure that's all
I'm
we're trying to do.
fine, and I said,
Well, I know
I'm
you say you're fine, but
fine.
these tests are gonna be the ones that determine that. Okay.
Okay.
So let's try this.
I mean, look,
Let's try this.
if we gonna
Do it.
if we gonna lock this up, and we gonna tow this, or however y'all feel. They're like, no disrespect to y'all
I'm
or
not-
anything. No.
I'm not worried about
If
that
we
right
doing
now.
all this,
I
they're
just
like,
want
I'm
you to
fine.
I just want you to do these
I'm
tests. for me.
fine. This not mine. Okay. And then I feel like, look,
and
this
here's-
all I'm saying is, I don't feel like we're gonna determine that right now.
Yes, that's exactly
at this
what
night.
we're doing.
No,
Yes.
we're not. I'm cold.
And right now with
I
you
weigh
not,
120 pounds. What we doing?
and right now with you not being able to follow the simple instructions of my test, it's not looking good for you
I
right
did.
now. No, you haven't followed my
did.
finger. Okay, stand
I
right
did.
there. Follow my finger with your eyes.
And then I told you,
Nope, I don't want you to worry about your peripheral vision.
why wouldn't I?
Because
I
we're,
bet
You're
you
not
look,
focusing on
we're
my finger.
administering the test, ma'am.
and
Just
it's
follow
my
the
thing is, I feel uncomfortable.
Why do you feel
Oh no.
He in the front of me, you on the side of me. And they're like, and I'm not saying like I've done anything wrong or I'm not trying to offend y'all. They're like,
Ma'am,
so aggressive.
he's just trying to administer a test.
Okay,
and then-
okay. Administer the test.
Okay, follow it with your eyes.
Okay, I'm gonna have to admit, I don't usually think. I've heard of people like doing skits of body cams. This one feels like a skit almost. And I'll tell you, when she does the walk and turn, it goes so left. Whatever you think, however bad you think this is gonna get, it goes so left. You have not seen. You know, if you watched yesterday, we had the woman. What did she say? Doing the washing machine while she was doing the thing, or the guy drunk at the airport. This thing is so comical. It is like, I'm like, this has got to be a joke. I was checking to see, like, making sure that this had the timestamp at the top. Like, this has got to be a skit. You'll see in a second.
And your eyes only, okay? Can you see my finger? Follow it.
One. Over there.
Keep your head still.
Why I can't move my head?
Because that's the
Okay,
instructions for the test,
okay.
ma'am.
We need you.
Well,
I'm
if
talking
you're not
Why
listening,
can't I
then
move my
thank you.
head? It's
I
crazy.
know, I'm not disrespecting you.
Well,
He was talking to me. That's all I was saying. No
I'm just
disrespect
trying
to
to
you.
explain it in a different way.
We done.
Okay. We're going to go on to our next test, okay? Stay here with Officer Carter. Alrighty, Miss Goldberg, let's try another test. Let's come over here to this white line for me, okay?
Which one?
This one right here, okay? What I want you to do is
Want me to start from there?
down here. Yep. How about you start right here where my light's shining, okay? Okay, what I want you to do, I want you put your left foot right in the middle of that line. Okay? I want you to put your right foot in front of your left with your heel touching your toe. Perfect. I know it's cold, but can you take it? Nope, we're not starting yet.
I mean, what are we doing?
I-
It's cold.
I get that. I'm trying to work with you. I need
Okay,
you
left.
right foot in front of left.
Left. Right. Let me see you do it. Left. Okay. Left. Okay, we're going all the way back here.
Right here. Do you see where my light's shining?
Okay, this is about to go left so fast. And if you need me to, I'll rewind it. I need you to watch her, but also keep this police officer in your peripheral as well. He is just completely losing it. And it's going to be hard. We might need to rewind it a couple times because she is a comedy of herself, but you're going to have to keep an eye on this officer as well. I've never seen anything like this before. I mean, she is kind of adorable. I mean, now she is a drunk person, and that is terrible. She's putting people's lives in danger. But I guarantee you, she is fun at a cookout. Just she don't need to be driving. But I guarantee you, she is a hoot at her family reunions. Okay, you'll see what I'm saying in a second. Big screen. Okay, here we go.
I was right here where your light was shining, sir.
Put your left foot right in the middle. Okay, your right foot in front of your left, heel touching toe. Perfect. Keep your arms down by your side. Okay, I want you to stay there the entire time until we give you all of the instructions of the
While
test.
I'm doing a dummy test. Right.
Put your
Do it. Let me see you do it. Like,
put your
do
left foot in the middle of that line.
Left.
You keep scooting forward on me.
Okay. Okay, look.
Left.
Let me start back here. Because you want me to be right here where your light at. Your light is right here.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, and you keep scooting forward on me.
And then here, they're like, I mean, what we doing?
Okay.
Okay.
Stay right there until we give you all of the instructions of the test, okay? Do you
Let's go.
understand? When I tell you to
Okay,
begin,
put it in.
I want you to take 9 heel-touching toe steps down this white line, okay? When you reach your 9th step, I want you to keep your 9th foot on the line. Take a
I mean, like, when my
Take a
light
series
step
of
go
baby-
kick in, is
Take
it
a
going to be my right foot or my left foot?
It'll be your 9th step.
No, I'm just asking. Because you
You'll
want me
leave
to
your
do 9 steps? Okay.
Yep. When you reach your 9th step, I want you to keep your foot there on the line. Take a series of baby steps to turn around. And then 9 more heel-touching toe steps back down this white line, okay?
Can I ask you just one question?
Absolutely.
Why do you want to make me feel some type of way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Here we go.
Watch the officer.
Again. Hey, oh, 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 oh. Turn me up. Like, I mean, like what we talking about? I don't have to. Let me do it right now. Let me do it.
Miss Glover, do you mind coming back here for me?
No, I'm saying that
Oh
like,
my
look,
gosh.
we put on a clown show.
Do you want to
Like,
not?
I'm a clown.
Do you not?
I'm a clown. Am I a
Miss
clown?
Glover, if you're not going to follow my instructions,
I'm
we're going to move
listening,
on.
sir.
No, you're not.
What?
You're
You say
changing them.
left, right. Let me see you do it. Let me see you do it. Hey,
Miss
straight
Glover.
line. No. Look, watch this. Back.
Pass blocking in the NFL?
Back.
Can you stop for me?
Back. Oh, don't touch. Please don't touch.
Are you not going to do this test?
Well, let's go.
Okay. Then you have to follow my instructions.
Okay, I'm
Look
listening.
down at your foot that you have up in the air. I
Look.
want you to count out loud. 1,001, 1,002, 1,003, and so on until I tell you to stop, okay? I want you to keep your arms down by your side.
Can I ask you this? You
Sure.
want to be the master?
What?
You want to be the master?
What does that even mean?
I don't even know what
What?
you're
Oh. Nothing. No disrespect to y'all. They're like, but I'm sitting there like, okay. You saying what?
Okay. I
No.
want you to keep your arms down by your side, and I want you to keep both
No,
legs
my
locked
finger's
out.
cold. Can I get my gloves?
Okay, we're not going to do this. Go on, turn
Okay.
around, put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest for DUI. Miss Glover, you don't want to do this.
Okay, can I cut my car off? I mean, you don't lock me up? Like, yeah, lock me up.
We're going to. We
Like,
need your hands.
yeah, I just want to cut my car off.
Okay.
It's fine. You ain't even landed right.
You don't have to.
You know?
If you don't stop, we're going to. If you don't stop, you're going to the ground.
I'm asking y'all. Can I cut my car? Let up, bust my teeth.
That went
I'm
wrong.
just asking that like that. I'm asking this to be treated fair.
Let go.
Cause you say you know. Cause y'all say y'all don't have to treat me fairly. Correct?
Treat you what?
Correct?
Let go of your keys. Let go of
Can
your
you
keys.
please stop
Let
looking
go.
at my face?
Thank you for letting go of your keys.
Ooh, broke my tooth. This gonna be good. Thank you. So happy for that. It's fun.
The woman was charged with a DUI and resisting arrest. Thanks for watching today's video. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe for more of our content.
All right. Real quick. I see the comment. There's a lawyer here in Atlanta called the Fit Lawyer ATL, and she specializes in DUIs. I'm going to tell you right now, the field sobriety exercises are not meant to prove that you're not drunk. They're actually a collection of data that the officers use when you go to court. Once you get out of the car, you're going to go to jail. If you've been drinking and they think you've been drinking, once they pull you out of the car, you're going to jail. You can just give that up. Unless you blow a 0 on a breathalyzer, but in Georgia, we don't do breathalyzers on the side of the road. So once they pull you out of the car, you're going to go to jail. They're going to do the test. You're going to fail it. Oh, and by the way, the walk and turn test is not really meant to prove that you're able to balance. The walk and turn test is really proof if you can follow instructions and listen. And most people don't. You can't listen and hear all that. That's why they want you to stand in position. You have to stand in a position and listen to these long instructions because you're not able to understand it because you're drunk, you're inebriated, or under some kind of influence. So the long story short is when they take you out of the car, you're going to go for the ride. So her name is Fit. We call her a Fit Lawyer ATL, and you can find her on YouTube. Of course, she's been on the channel a time or two, and she says, like, just take the ride. Don't even worry about it. If they ask you to get out the car, just refuse to take the field sobriety. They're going to arrest you. They'll say that you could possibly lose your license. It doesn't mean that you will. It just means you could. And just go on and take the ride because you're going to go to jail. That's That's a given. Whether you do excellent or not, whether you follow the eyes and you balance and you walk perfectly, you're going to go to jail. I mean, that's just it. So just go and take the ride. Don't even worry about the field sobriety. That's why I say field sobrieties are a waste, because they're just silly to me, as we saw in that one right there. That was ridiculous. But really, truly, make sure you talk with somebody in your particular jurisdiction. But just go ahead and take the ride, especially if you think that you haven't been drinking or you haven't been drinking. If they can do the breathalyze on the side of the road, we don't do that here in Georgia, of course. But if you do the breathalyze on the side of the road, then go. Otherwise, you're going to go downtown anyway. You're going to do the breathalyzer at lockup. So just go on and do it, and then you'll be good to go. So anyway, if you've ever talked to an officer, they'll tell you like those tests are not meant to. I don't know why some places have stopped calling them tests, by the way. They start calling them exercises, because really it's not meant to like pass or fail. It's meant to just collect data. Like, oh, this person. And even if you watch some of the body cams, you'll hear the officers saying things like, toe did not touch, skip the letter, all that kind of stuff like that. Because they're just collecting data. That's all they're doing. It's collecting data points to bolster their case that we believe this person was drunk. And this is our evidence that we believe they're drunk. They were swerving on the road. They crashed into a mailbox. They couldn't count. Their eyes were blurry, all that kind of stuff like that. So that's all it is. And by the way, your girl has still not announced that she's going live. I guess she's going live at 5:30. I guess. I don't know. I mean, she's announced it like very, with like 20 minutes to go sometimes. So it isn't pass or fail. That's the thing. It's not pass or fail. It's just collection of data. I mean, if you ask an officer, and I have asked officers as well, if you ask an officer to honestly let you know, they'll tell you it's not a pass or fail. It's just collection of data. All right. Yeah, Sid. Whatchamacallit dropped another video. Oh, yeah, yay. All right, let's see real quick. Daily Wire dropped another one. Is this the little horse one that they did yesterday? The little horse one was crazy. Or the Eskimo and the ice. Oh, if they did another one, man, Daily Wire is savage. All right, so this is the Eskimo and the ice one, right? That's what it looks like. All right, let me pull it just in case y'all haven't seen this one. Well, this is the loneliest horse on earth, the documentary. I don't see the Eskimo one. I think that was only on Twitter. They are being a beast, man. I love them. They get my kudos for sure. All right, let's pull this one in real quick, and I'll grab the Eskimo one as well. Talking about the ice block. So silly. All right, green hearts in the chat when you can hear.
Where everything ends, he begins. At the edge of all that has been charted, he continues, unbothered by scale. His map, the stars, his compass, his heart. The world is vast and indifferent, offering no assurances, no safe harbor, no promise of sanctuary. Still he walks, clip, clop, clip, clop. While others measure their quality in size, he measures it in resolve. And though his legs are small, his heart is unimaginably big. Only now do we see him clearly, the tiny horse. And in the silence of endless horizons, nothing could be louder than the steed's proclamation of his insatiable desire for being, to be.
To be. I love it. Daily Wire is out of control. That's all I got to say. They are definitely out of control, but I'm here for it though. I support that message of out of controlness. Shout out to the Daily Wire. This one is crazy. All right, what do we have here? A good folk them clip clop, clip clop. Yo, shout out. Thank you so much, by the way. I appreciate you for the $5 super says this was much better to watch. The agitated body cams make me so stressed. I can't watch them. I had one that was super it was a very interesting one. It went really south, and actually people didn't make it out of it, innocent bystanders, and we decided not to watch that one today. So, because I just felt like it was it was just pretty bad. So anyway, I like some of the ones that are just a little bit fun, if you will. I do have one of an elected official. What is it? I think it's like a city councilwoman. I don't remember where. I think she's in Michigan, and she deserved it. She deserved this pullover. It's a short one too, by the way. So let me pull it in. The audacity, the tiny horse. I mean, the fact that they're leaning in on the tiny horse thing, that is some diabolical. Like, that takes all of the power away. When Candace made such hay about pun intended, about the little horse that he rode in on, and they are leaning in on the little horse, and now the little horse is their mascot for their mockery of you. That's some grade A trolling right there. That's some grade A hat tip trolling right there for sure. All right, let me bring this one in. Let me stop talking. Bring this in, Jason. Let's go. Green hearts in the chat.
He's getting cheese?
On December 31st, 2025, after the Cheez-It Bowl game, Orlando City Commissioner Shan Rose was pulled over for holding up traffic and trying to cross the cones, with over 60,000 people rushing to leave the stadium.
Hold on, and he's writing me a ticket. What's your name, officer?
Officer Porter,
Officer Porter's writing me a ticket right now.
you're impeding the flow of traffic, ma'am. I need you to move your vehicle. The road is blocked right there.
You hear how aggressive he's getting, Chief? I'm the commissioner. I live in Paramount. You can't tell me I can't go home. Y'all impeding traffic. You're not even making people. You're not even allowing me to go straight.
Nobody's going that way, ma'am.
Okay, but listen to me. You're not understanding.
Okay. She's arguing. She's a commissioner, she said. Is this a vehicle registered unit, ma'am? Ma'am.
Can I get your information, please?
Sure can. Sergeant Hunter, is that you right there doing a U-turn?
That's diabolical that she trying to call the police chief while she wrong. That's crazy.
56 with me right here.
It's people like this that you just want them to go to jail. Like, I just want you to go to jail. I don't care if they let you out in 12 minutes. I just want you to take that ride just so I can see the door slam and see your face look like that. That's what I want.
I'm live. Ed's told her to go a couple times. She said she lives down there. She's not moved going up there.
Okay.
She said she's calling the chief, and that's why I called you over. She said she's a commissioner. I have no idea who she is.
Okay.
So she wants to talk to a supervisor.
Oh.
Because it's going to cause an accident.
Yes, ma'am.
I live in Paramount.
Yes, ma'am.
You can't force me to get on the highway.
Yes, ma'am, we can.
How can you force me to get on the highway?
You're literally holding out the dump of the citrus bowl right now.
Okay. You're supposed to have a way. I live in this.
Yes, ma'am.
You get off the first exit.
You're
You
supposed to have
get
a
off
way
the
for
first
everybody to
exit.
get home.
Yep.
I'm the commissioner.
Where did you come from?
I came from I came from Temple.
Yep.
I live right there down the street.
Yep.
How am I supposed to get home as the rest of
Which one did you come out of?
I came right here. I came from lot 1.
Lot 1?
2, actually, yeah. I'm the city commissioner.
You came from lot 2?
I came from lot 2.
Okay.
So they turn everybody around on South Street.
Yep, you went down south.
And then they force you to go here. They don't even force you to go that way to go straight to go that
That's right, you're forced up on the 408.
Okay, but how can you force somebody to live in the community?
Easy.
We're trying to dump 60,000 people.
I get what you're saying.
Yep.
But that's
You don't get what we're saying.
Yes, ma'am. So you go back up and then you go back around to I-4 and get in and you come back
Okay, so
down.
what if I don't have time?
Okay, they do pay by play. It's either that or sit in traffic for like an hour and a half.
Oh, I can stay in traffic for an hour and a half because it's not.
That's what you gonna do.
Well, no, this is the best thing the city's come up with to try to make this work.
That's not the city. Y'all have to have resident input. As a city commissioner, this is going to change. We cannot have that.
Yes, ma'am.
But residents have to at least be able to get through. And then how nasty he was with kids in the car, yelling and screaming, that's unprofessional. And the chief is on the phone.
Okay.
Yep. So Chief has my number, Sergeant Hutto. He can call me if he needs to talk to me. Anything else I can do for you? No, ma'am. Any other questions?
So I can't go home.
No, well, you can get up on I-4 and go home. Sure, absolutely. Like everyone else. This is gonna cause a wreck. Follow your GPS. All you gotta do. That's a great answer. Come on. Where's the bus? Take your time. Everybody's waiting.
Why do y'all? Okay, so that's the way y'all have it. People are forced to get on the highway to go home. Y'all don't allow residents to show that they live here.
No, ma'am. You know how long that takes? See how long we're holding everyone up.
Oh, people are passing.
Okay, all right. Have a good night. See you here.
I love it.
This is gonna cause a wreck.
Are you still right?
Huh?
Are you still right? Are you still writing?
No, I'm.
Despite the $164 traffic citation, Rose said she is focused on finding long-term solutions for residents affected by major event traffic. Rose said she has hired an attorney and intends to contest the ticket. The Chief of Police Office has no comment on this matter. Share your thoughts below.
I love it. I love it. Okay. Okay. I've heard. All right. So your girl is supposed to go live at 5:30. I have a hard stop at 6:45. So we're going to probably have to speed run through her show tonight. But it is what it is. It is what it is. My favorite niece can't pick her up for me today. But I did catch, I've heard the joyful sound that Graham Allen had a great show. Let's find out what this is. I've never seen it. So y'all have to introduce me to Graham Allen and his wonderful show on Candace. So let's bring that in with no further ado. Who is this guy? So he's on Rumble. Okay. But it's on YouTube, of course. I got you. Okay, cool. Let's find out who Graham is. What's he talking about? What Graham is about? Let's find out. Okay, y'all over clapping the hands about this. Okay, let's find out what he said today. Let's go. Green hearts in chat when you can hear.
We're gonna play this in its entirety, and we're gonna listen to it. And I want to set it up the right way. Okay, I want to read you something that I wrote this morning because it's actually what I believe. And so many of you, if you believe that Candace Owens is crazy, I want you to comment COS in the comment section right now. Candace Owens is crazy. I want to write you what I wrote. And before I hear it, okay, oh, why are we giving attention to Candace Owens? Because she has one of the biggest platforms in the world. Charlie Kirk was my friend, and she is going after his widow. Do you understand the amount of evil involved in that? So if you think that I'm just going to sit idly by and just let it happen. No. So many people are like, just starve the grift, da, 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 da. Has that stopped her at all? No, it hasn't. So this is what I wrote before we show you all this. I'm convinced Candace is suffering from massive mental health issues and also demonic oppression. No one who was someone's, quote, best friend would actively attempt to make the life of their widow a living hell like this. It is absolutely of the devil. I truly believe that with every fiber of my being. And when we play this stuff, we're going to play the clip that everybody's talking about, which is Erica's Zoom call, which everyone's saying, this is proof that she didn't love Charlie and da-da-da-da-da-da. We're going to listen to it in its entirety because so many of you are like, oh, you're just taking clip. Okay, all right, sit down and pucker up your butthole because we're fixing to listen to all of it. All right? But what I will say is this. My point of view is going to be that you are going to see, well, first of all, this is her announcing that she is going to do an in-depth documentary series, just like she did with Brigitte Macron, to expose Erica Kirk, because the public deserves to know who's taking over as CEO of Turning Point USA. My question is this: name another time in history that people deserve to know. Turning Point USA is worth a couple $100 million. Okay, well, the Buffalo Bills just hired a new head coach that I'm not thrilled about. But either way, the point is, he's going to do a press conference. Are we doing an 8 documentary series about his life, where he came from, how he got? No, that's not normal, Candace. It's not normal. All right, but here's what she says. So let's play it. Let's
go. Would be considered, probably back in my day, literal insanity to allow someone to take over the reins of an organization that quite literally relies on the goodwill of the public. It's a charitable organization, which happened to have raised over $250 million.
That's crazy.
Following the assassination of its founder. And then apparently nobody's interested in doing a basic profile piece on the new chairman and CEO that took over. That's actually, that makes no sense. And so that's what it would.
No one's interested in doing a 3 to 4 episode documentary hit piece on the widow of Charlie Kirk, who is now the CEO of the company of which he created, which we now know for a fact, even via Candace, Charlie left instructions that he wanted Erica to be the CEO. And then she even goes on in her episode, for those of you that'll say, oh, Graham, you don't listen to the whole thing. She starts equating it to back in the days of ancient kingdoms. When a king would die, the queen wouldn't get the kingdom. It would go to his son. Well, his son's two.
Yeah. Okay.
So what are we talking about? And also, I know that your husband is from England, but we don't do the whole king thing around here either. So what are you talking about? Anyway, Candace is trying to make this seem like 11 days after Charlie was assassinated. This is what Erica Kirk's talking about. How many people were at the memorial? How much merch was sold? How many people got registered to vote? What she's failing to emphasize, she mentions it, but then she immediately moves into the emphasizing of the fact of Erica's tone during this. And she will say at the end of this, I know what most of you are thinking. It's just not the right tone. And something just feels icky about it. But what she's also negating is that by this point, Erica has already made, everybody remembers the infamous first word she spoke right next to Charlie's chair, where she could barely make it through it. She has now spoken at Charlie's memorial, where she could barely get through it, and she forgave Tyler Robinson in front of the entire world. This meeting that was recorded and then leaked to Candace Owens, again, turning point. You got to get some polygraphs at the door now. This was her scheduled first address to all of the Turning Point employees about the future, about their jobs were safe and intact. This was not the call to be an emotional train wreck. This was the call to be the CEO of a company, to let all the people know that they still got a job. Do you see the difference in emphasizing that before you listen to the audio? Do you see the difference? But let's listen. All right. If you agree with that, comment yes or no in the comment section. Let's listen for ourselves, and then we're going to talk about it. Let's go.
The obvious point of this call to set this up is to introduce Erica. She's a new leader. Not even introducing, she's just heading up this call, but obviously she's going to be at the helm of this. So they're getting to know her. And she does begin the call by being thankful to the entire Turning Point USA team for their work at the memorial event. So let's take a listen.
Hold on. See what she just did? See what she just did? That was 23 seconds. 23 seconds. She leaves out the fact that Erica has now made 2 public speeches, devastated, trying to get through it about Charlie, and that the purpose of this, you're Turning Point USA. You work for Turning Point USA. There's 1,000 employees, okay? Your founder was just brutally murdered in front of the world, okay? It is now almost 2 weeks in. You don't know if you've got a job or not moving forward. You don't know if Erica's going to keep it going. You don't know if she's going to shut it down. You don't know what's going to happen. The purpose of the call was for Erica, the CEO, to rally and encourage the troops of Turning Point USA, i.e. the employees. This is called a CEO call, is what this is. Do you see the difference in setting it up? You see what Candace does? Now, okay, in fairness, this call was to introduce Erica, and, she's going to be helming this call and blah, 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 blah. All right, now let's listen. Do you see?
So they're getting to know her. And she does begin the call by being thankful to the entire Turning Point USA team for their work at the memorial event. So let's take a listen.
Let's listen.
Hi, everybody. I still love all these emoji Zoom things. Wow. I don't even know where to begin. The fact that we were able to pull off an event of a century, like, it's just insane. We had over 275,000 people that attended, and the stadium, overflow, Westgate, insane, you guys. And then you have was it 100 million? You guys that heard the gospel and all about Charlie and all about everything that you guys do and the hard work of Turning Point USA is insane. We had thousands that were registered to vote. I think we're at like over 200,000 for merch sales. Don't quote me on that because I think it just keeps like bumping up like crazy. But I just wanted to say a huge, huge, huge thank you to the events team, the development team, the graphic design team, the production team, just phenomenal. Their incredible work leading into the memorial. And honestly, a lot of the staff that worked on the memorial, they had 20-hour days for a week during the time of us grieving the loss of my husband. And honestly, I know several staff that didn't even sleep. Again, you guys are breathing angels, and I'm so grateful for all of you. And obviously a huge thank you to the Mosaic team. VI, you guys are 10 out of 10. Like we have the most incredible team. We just do. And you guys know that, and you guys are all a part of that. And I'm so, so thankful. And if you do have a moment and you run into any of those staff members that you know had a role in this, and that they put a lot of their time and effort into it, just say thank you. There's something really special to be seen in moments like this, and it's not easy. I'm speaking from experience. I'm right in the trenches with you guys. And so the fact that you just, a simple thank you. I don't care if any of you have beef with each other from the past or have any issues with someone said something about this or that. Like, if you guys have any of that, please put it to rest. My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead. And it puts life into perspective of how short life is and relationships. And God puts people in your life for a reason, and it teaches you a lesson. It teaches them a lesson. So if you are going through a time where, just lay it to rest. And we are moving forward, Turning Point USA 2.0 with Charlie in our hearts. And that's what he would want.
Pause it before she talks. Okay. Pause it before she talks. Okay, so we just played the entire clip because everybody says that we select things and we don't play entire clips and all this. What do you, when you listen to that, comment in the comment section right now, did you hear a woman that was giddy and she was super happy her husband was dead and all the merch sales they did and all this and that? Or did you hear a CEO who was having her first official call with the 1,000+ employees of Turning Point USA, acknowledging what an amazing job that they did? And the fact that over 100 million people heard the gospel. You want to know why she mentioned merch sales? Because that helps pay for the employees, you morons. What did you hear? I know what I heard. I heard a CEO. That's what I heard. I heard a CEO in that call. And we're going to get to Candace's response in a second. Todd, what do you think?
Okay, I'm going to jump in before Todd, since we're doing beards and bros and baseball caps. So I'm going to jump in as well. I want to speak to the audience, those people that are watching this in the future and those that are watching this right now. Candace Owens is she's down bad, as this generation would say. We have to continue to promote, continue to push, continue to prop up all of good content creators. So this gentleman right here, other good content creators, as well as what's going on in TPUSA, if you support it, go ahead and keep pushing forward. Candace Owens cannot derail that. If the people that really believe in what is going on in TPUSA, the people that believe in what Charlie wanted to see in America, it doesn't even have to be germane to only TPUSA. If we keep pushing, she cannot stop that. She can only stop that when we stop. I'll just say it like that. So she's going to stay down bad. She's going to keep being the vile, wicked witch that she is. Let her continue to be that. We'll just keep mocking her. I'll just keep coming back and mock her with y'all. But don't get discouraged. Don't get upset. I'm looking at this gentleman's posture. Don't get upset about it. She's just evil and wicked and vile. The people that believe her are the same people that didn't support him anyway. The people that believe that call was bad, that was some giddy woman. I'm so happy my husband is dead. They're insane anyway. They're dumb. And so we don't lose heart. Do not lose heart. Let's let this gentleman go and see what they got to say. Let's go.
Well, it's just like a text message. All right. I didn't see Erica's face while she was talking. There's so much context missing here. I didn't see her mannerisms. I didn't see her face. It's like you can't read tone out of a text message, just like you can't read into it's audio. I don't know what she looks like. Listen, bottom line is this. All right. For Candace Owens and anybody in the chat and anybody that hears this later, If you want to tell Erica how she should be acting as a widow, you're retarded. All right, that's not your lane. Well, she shouldn't be doing this, or she should. Shut your stupid mouth. You couldn't pour piss out of a boot if the instructions were on the heel. All right, what she does is her business. How she does it is her business, period. It ain't got nothing to do with you, nothing. All right, I don't understand how we're so like entitled that we should tell a widow how she should act in certain situations. Get out of here with that crap.
If you stand with Turning Point and Erica, I want you to comment the word either TPUSA or Erica in the comment section right now. But I want to hear what Candace has to say at the end of this clip. Here's what Candace Owens has to say, about 50-something seconds of it. Let's hear what she says.
So I'm just looking at the chat here, and you guys are responding live in the way that I felt live listening to this. It is the general tone that is off-putting. It's the laughter that is off-putting. It's, again, we are not even 2 weeks after watching your husband be assassinated. We're talking about numbers and metrics that have been hit. And my husband's dead, not to be morbid. That is a sentence that and this was not my husband, and I had no sort of the type of relationship that she had with him, that I was able to utter. Least of all, I mean, that's moving pretty quickly to the acceptance phase. Now, we know everybody grieves differently. In my imagination, I just thought she would be more upset.
Pause it. All right. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Candace Owens wants to know what Erica Kirk's qualifications are to run Turning Point USA. Because deep down, Candace Owens believed her and George Farmer should have got the call to run. How about she was Charlie Kirk's freaking wife? How about she's the mother of his children? How about no one knew Charlie better than Erica? Listen here, somebody needs to tell Candace Owens this. Someone needs to tell her, just because you rode the coattails and were funded by Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, you never kissed him, you never dated him, you never slept with him, you never did nothing. You don't know a dang thing about Charlie Kirk as opposed to his wife. I've known Todd since I was 8 years old. He doesn't know me at all compared to Alyssa. Do you understand? You understand the difference? Someone needs to remind Candace Owens that you were no one to Charlie. At the end of the day, towards the end of his life, you were a footnote of a footnote. You were a thorn in his side. You were a splinter that he couldn't remove because he believed so much in the furthering of the movement that he kept your crazy at bay. Second, it is astounding to me watching Candace Owens, a professed Catholic, legitimately struggle to understand how someone could move and walk within the comfort as much as possible of the Holy Spirit. Because as Christians, we're supposed to believe that, right? It is astounding watching Candace's hamster fall off the wheel, trying to understand how someone could actually move forward in the face of the most horrific tragedy ever. Because I don't know, she has a multi-$100 million business that her husband created. She has 1,000 employees that she has to do. And for all of you saying, well, she should be home with her kids. I was just there in Phoenix. Guess where their kids were? At the freaking office with her, you morons. Let me ask you something, Candace. For you to be such a professed Catholic, for you to love the Lord the way that you say that you do, show me one video clip. Show me one reel, one short, one long form hour-plus video where you use your platform to lead people to the Lord Jesus Christ ever in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
Have I asked that? Can I at least get some kudos for that? Haven't I been asking, where is an example of Candace actually expressing or extolling the gospel and placarding Christ? I know I've done that. I've done that. And she's never done it because she doesn't know it. That's it. She doesn't know it.
You see, Candace, here's the thing. Christians don't operate the way that the world thinks that they should operate. They don't move. It's that supernatural peace that goes without understanding that the love of the Lord and the peace of Jesus can give us. You don't have it. You are a tormented, miserable narcissist that is incapable of understanding what grace and peace from our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ looks like. And I condemn you for it. You need to repent, Candace. You need to find the Lord. You need to repent of your sins. Go to confession. You're a Catholic. Freaking go to confession and tell the priest what you're doing. Watch what happens. Yeah. Watch what happens. When's the last time you went to confession? I want to know. You're a Catholic, right? Go tell the priest what you're doing and see if the priest agrees with you. I guarantee you the priest does not.
Well, you know what? I disagree. I don't think Candace is in a position where she is a law unto herself. Nobody can tell her anything else. So I'm sorry. Even if I believed in Catholic priests and going to confession, I don't believe that one of them would be able to tell her anything. She's a law unto herself. I don't believe that anybody can tell her anything apart. I mean, this is going to take divine intervention at this point. We are now at a spot, well, because we're going to watch her attack Erica again today. We're in a spot where, like, literally, she feels good and justified in attacking a widow. Like, y'all, come on, man. You can't make that up. You cannot make that stuff up. I don't think a priest can. What's a priest going to tell her? What will a priest tell her? God have mercy if he tells her, gives her scripture. We already know what happened with Allie Beth Stuckey and Melissa Doherty when they brought scripture in there. Riley Gaines, when they bring scripture into it. So we already know what happens if they bring scripture. What else they going to do? There is nothing.
Really simply put, Candace, I know you don't like to read the Bible because, I mean, you said that yourself, but if you just flip to the book of Exodus, the Bible's pretty clear. All right. Don't take advantage of the widow or the fatherless. If you do, and they cry out to me, I will certainly hear their cry. My anger will be aroused. You might want to check that verse out there, chick. You might want
Anyway, we're going to move on. But if you support Erica, if you support Turning Point USA, I want you to hit that like button, and they do watch this, I know. I want you to comment the word Erica in the comment section right now. I want 1,000+ comments right this second showing that you support Turning Point USA and Erica Kirk because they deserve it. Charlie's widow deserves it. The end. People have asked me, they're like, Graham, how can you support Erica so much? Like you didn't know her, like you were friends with Charlie. Because I was friends with Charlie. And that is the woman whom he chose as his bride. We got nothing else to talk about. Yeah. You understand? We got nothing else to talk about. If Todd died tragically tomorrow, I would do everything in my power to support Kendra. He's got grown kids. They're fine.
They're on their own.
But I would do everything in my power to support Kendra.
And vice versa. If something happened to Graham and Alyssa took over all this, I'd do everything I could to make sure she was taken care of, that somehow this show continued. And I'd do everything Alyssa asked me to do. That's normal. It's common sense.
You know what I think the thing about Candace the most is I think deep down she knows that, God forbid, something ever happened to her. She died of natural causes, something horrific happened, which, again, we pray never happens to anyone. People would mourn for about 3 days.
If maybe.
There would be no service pushing the gospel of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. There would be no surge of people returning to church and Christianity. There would be the most Bible sales in the past 30 years. There would be no record-setting biblical apps downloaded. There would be no wave of Jesus. There would be no resurgence of Christianity in young men. No, there would be nothing. You would be a tabloid, and then you would fade within 3 to 4 days.
Shout out to that. I appreciate Graham Allen. I want to do something different today. Shout out to the 637 people that are in the best live chat. Okay, I want to talk about this comment right here. And no affront to anybody who's thinking this. Okay, we need to dig into Candace's personal affairs, see how she likes it. And then another person said, can we investigate Candace? Okay, I'm going to say something. This might be a hot take. This might be controversial. This might be, I don't want you to leave or whatever like that. I don't believe that we should sink as low as Candace is. I don't believe that we should do that. Candace has I've seen some things about Candace's background and her history, and it is pretty dirty and stuff like that. I mean, there's reality there. I don't think that we should go there. I don't believe we should. What I believe we should do is keep promoting, as I said earlier, promoting and pushing forward and making much of and elevating and supporting good content creators, because this is it. Candace's support is built on destruction, hate, vitriol, a despising of traditional values. I mean, there's nobody who's rocking with Candace rocks with majority of our thought processes. The majority of them. I just don't believe that's true. So let them wallow in their mire. We don't go that far. I totally believe that her marriage is a beard marriage, what they call it, a lavender marriage. I totally believe that. You do not have to waste time trying to convince me. Okay. I do believe that there's a lot of shenanigans going on, but I don't believe that we need to be the ones to do it. And I'm going to tell you why. This is it. Again, maybe you won't like this or whatever like that. I said it before. Candace won't stop until God stops Candace. I got in a lot of trouble this past weekend because I explained to people that the devil is God's devil. The devil can only do what God allows the devil to do. That's it. Right? And I'm going to remove the word devil and I'm going to replace it with Candace. Candace is God's Candace. Candace can only do what God allows Candace to do. For whatever reason and form and fashion, maybe, watch this, maybe God is allowing Candace to run roughshod against Turning Point so that a whole bunch of other little small up and coming turning points will spread out around the country, around the world. And there'll be a resurgence of biblical conservatism that nobody can stop. Maybe God is rooting out the foolishness within Turning Point so they can be more effective next election cycle. We don't know. We can look at it and say, Candace is a good for nothing lowdown, and you won't get me arguing with you about that at all. But we don't need to get into the muck and the mire with her and turn it into tabloid 2.0. That's all she wants. That's all she wants. I don't think that we should ever get into the muck and the mire of Cantifa. Cantifa is full of wicked, evil people. Look at Surfer Boy in the channel right now, full of vitriol, full of vile wickedness, an evil person. But we let them stay here in the chat because they need to get changed. They need to be confronted. They need to be converted by the gospel. So the only reason we let Surfer Boy 3000 stay in here is because they need Christ. We don't dig into their foolishness and talk about how all that dumb stuff. No, we know you're full of wickedness, Surfer Boy. We know you're full of the devil. That's why we let you here. That's why we let you come up to the front of the church, because you need Jesus. We don't sink to the low depths that Cantifa sinks. Nah, we're not going to do it. We'll support Erica and we'll support Turning Point. If you believe in what Turning Point is doing, if you believe in supporting Erica, let's just do that. Let's just support them. Let's use all our energy, all of our efforts to support people like, what's this guy, Graham Allen? This is my first time seeing his channel. His channel's pretty dope. Graham Allen. This is my first time checking him out. Yeah, we're going to support people like that. We'll keep pushing people that do really good stuff. And eventually, when the rubber meets the road and the judgment comes, when Candace has her true Nebuchadnezzar moment, we won't be the ones in the way. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to be the ones in the way. We're going to let God do whatever God's going to do on Candace's behalf. Maybe he'll save her. Maybe he'll convert her and she'll repent and turn from her wicked, evil ways. Maybe she won't, and God will deal with her however. Let him do that. We're not his hand of judgment. We are what we're called to do is edify and build up. So we got 695 in the chat, checking them out. Shout out. I thought I saw our friend. Yeah, we're not going to sink that low. We're not going to sink to the point of Candace. And trust me, there's enough of information out there. All right, it's already out there. Everybody know her husband is whatever. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows we ain't seen them kids before. Everybody knows that, right? Everybody's there. Everybody's tapped in. We don't have to dig into it. We don't have to. What we have to do is push good content creators. We got like Carrie Smiths and all of them, of course, Milk Bar and Bronson, of course, Paramount. We can push Artie Trolls and just keep encouraging them. Keep pushing our efforts behind helping them rise up and do good work. All of them, Mira K, just filling in the blanks. I can't think of all of them, but y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna worry about Candace's background. We all know it's crazy. We know it. She's a sinner, and she's full of sin. So we're not gonna do that. So my encouragement, my admonishment to you all: don't get sucked into that. Go watch Storybox and give them a thumbs up. Go watch Milk Bar and give them some good comments. Go watch Mira and subscribe. I think she's trying to get 200,000. Can your boy get 100,000? Go support good content creators. And the more we support good content creators, the more quiet and drum down the foolishness that comes from Cantifa is going to be. And that's it. Let's go sweep around our own yards. This chick wants us worrying about what's going on in the multiverse, because I think she's in the multiverse now. We're in the Twilight Zone. Where do we? Where's the killer now, right? But she wants us worrying about that. And y'all got a patch of dry grass in your front yard. Go deal with that. Go fix your yard. Go bless your neighborhood. Do that kind of stuff. Don't let her distract you. She wants us to be distracted. That's it. She wants us running around here chasing, Fort Hakachua and Chewbacca and all this stuff. And she wants you doing that. She really does. And I'm telling you right now, we're not going to do that. We're not. So don't give into it. Don't give into it. Chicks on the right, absolutely. Neeson Black, how did I forget about Neeson? My man. Absolutely. But we are going to keep our mission is again, we invite we welcome Cantifa to come on over here. We welcome y'all to get up in here, the best live chat on the internet, because y'all not going to get any good encouragement over there. You're going to get crazy stuff. You're going to get insanity. You come over here, we just have a good old laugh, having a good time, making fun of and mocking Candace. Because I think that's good. I think that's fine. I have no problem with it. None whatsoever. Absolutely. I'm just looking at the best live chat on the internet. Absolutely, man. Come on. Like, how can you be a part of the best live chat on the internet and be sad? I mean, you got 700 people of your nearest and dearest tapping in with you. How can you be disappointed, man? We're winning. We're winning. We are winning this thing. And we got Deb in there, a brand new member again. Shout out to you, Deb. Good to see you again, friend. But no, we're winning this thing. We're winning. So we're going to make fun of Candace today. I'm going to get on a hot rail and go pick up Chief Executive Secondborn up at the schoolhouse. Let me just make sure she ain't just text me. Okay. But so that's that, y'all. Shout out to you. Hopefully y'all I ain't lose any of y'all, and y'all not gonna say bad things about me in the comment section. I can tell you some bad things about me in the comment section if you need it. All right, let me do this, because your girl's supposed to go live in about 12 minutes. And guess what? I got a 12-minute body cam. Can I do a 12-minute body cam? Is that okay? and this is I think it's a sovereign citizen. Oh, it's a sovereign citizen, or they call them TikTok lawyer. It's a TikTok lawyer, and it's a window break. Can we get that at least? Is that okay? Thank you so much. Let's get at it. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, green hearts in the chat when you can hear.
Your window. 5, 4. I'm going to smash your window, 3, 2.
Oh, yeah, I remember this one.
You think somebody don't know nothing about the law?
You can think that if you want.
This one is a window break and a taser. All we needed was a pepper spray. I forgot about this one.
But I don't think it. I know it.
Oh, it's so close.
Welcome back to the Van Balian channel, guys. Today we head to Stamford, Connecticut, courtesy of Law in Focus, for a video where a TikTok/YouTube lawyer refuses to ID and tries to play the victim when he gets pulled over by the police for a simple traffic violation, which ends with a broken window, and because he tries to attack the officers, a meeting with Mr. Sparky. Right, let's get into the video.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Officer Graham with the Stanford Police Department. Can I see your driver's license and proof of insurance, please? For what? Because you're being stopped right now.
For what?
You didn't use a turn signal, okay? Can I see your driver's license? You did not use a turn signal. Can I see your driver's license and proof? Back here when you turned off of Oliver. No, you turned off of Oliver on a Haskell, so I need your driver's license and proof of insurance.
I turned on Oliver to Haskell.
This is Oliver. This is Haskell Street.
Not a turn.
Yes, it is. I need your driver's license and proof of insurance. I need your driver's license and proof of insurance. I need your driver's license and proof of... I'm not going to argue with you.
No, you're going to call your chief.
No, I'm not. You're going to... Okay, step out of the car, both of y'all.
No,
hop out.
No.
34, 33, can you 25 me?
My door without my permission.
I think you'll find that he can open your car door without your permission. He can even break your car window and force a meeting with Mr. Sparky, if you're stupid enough to not comply, that is.
Get out of the car.
Call my chief.
Get out of the car.
Call the chief.
Either get out of the car or you're going to get charged for interference.
Call the chief.
One.
How much so I can sue your ass?
Okay, get out of the car.
You don't even know the law, man.
I do know the law. Do you realize
You
that
don't
there's
even
case
know the
law on this?
law,
You
man.
have to step out of the vehicle if I tell you for any reason.
You ain't got to step out of no vehicle because you tell me.
Okay, then I'm gonna drag you out.
Then come drag me out.
Okay. You insist.
Challenging a cop who has already told you he's going to break your car window and drag you out of the vehicle is probably not the best idea a soft sit or one of these new breed of TikTok lawyers have had, but it's an idea nonetheless and one I'm well and truly on board with, as evidenced by this playlist. Where's that popcorn?
Hop out of the car.
Nah, I'm on
Ricky, come on. All right, hop out, man.
You must with me, I ain't did
Hop out of the car, because I'm telling both of y'all to get out. Get out. I'm going to start breaking windows, man. Get out of the car, both of y'all. Get out of the car, both of you. Step out of the car. He's failing to identify me. He's been stopped. Hop out of the car. Hop out, Ricky. Ricky, don't, I know. Don't do anything. Don't interfere. Just hop out of the car. I've already told both of you. Nothing. I'm telling you to get out of the car. Okay.
I see these two are fully paid up, card-carrying members of the What Did I Do Club. Also, a bit rude of the driver to roll up the passenger side window mid-conversation. I mean, it's nothing compared to what we're about to witness him do, but it shows the lack of respect he has for his passenger.
Okay, hold here. 634 dispatch. Be advised, I've got two that aren't wanting to comply. I've asked them to step out of the vehicle. I stopped them for not using the turn signal, turning from Oliver to Haskell. And he's refusing to get out. He won't identify himself. Get my glass right here. No.
License. We need your driver's license. We need your driver's license.
You don't need my license.
Yes, sir, we
what
do.
You stop me for?
He's the one on the stop. You need your driver's license. You have to render. You have to render your driver's license.
I don't.
Once an officer asks for your driver's license, okay,
you ain't
you will
got
be
no
placed under
time
arrest
to
for failure
stop.
to display. If you
That
do
is
not go to
not
jail,
no
you will go
time
to
to
jail for
stop.
failure to display.
Call the
We're not arguing with
You
this.
ain't got
Where
to
is your driver's license at? Give us your driver's license. I'm telling you, give us your driver's license. We're gonna break the window.
What this guy does when the police break his car window, or should I say what he tries to do, over what should have been a simple interaction with the police, is absolutely insane.
You got 5 seconds. Ben, go ahead and get him.
You not want to get out?
Nope.
Hey, you got 5 seconds to get out or I'm smashing your window.
Either give us your driver's license or your window's gonna get busted.
He's telling me that's a curve and this is clearly a different street he's turning on.
5 seconds. 5, 4.
I'm gonna smash your window.
3, 2,
1. Get out.
Get out of the car. Out of the car.
Don't stop. No,
Get out of the car.
Get out of the car.
Motherfucker, I'm
Get out of
telling
the
you
car.
now.
Keep your hands where we can see him.
No, you
Keep your
better
hands
call
where we
the
can see him.
motherfucker.
Keep your hands where we can see him.
Call the motherfucker.
Stand back!
Congratulations, you've just turned a ticket for no left turn into a felony charge. What a moron. Anyway, we'll come back to the second officer's body cam shortly, but for now, we're going to switch to the police car's dash cam, where it seems the taser isn't having the desired effect.
Oh, man. I mean, he's scrapping, though. You got to give him credit. He is scrapping.
And now back to the second officer's body camera for a much better view of the window break and the initial attack that turns into a scuffle where it looks and sounds like the suspect tries to grab the officer's flashlight.
One. Get out. Get out. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
I'm telling you now.
Your hands where we can 634 dispatch. I just see the window out.
He's ready to fight. He's ready to go.
Hey, what the fuck? Get on the ground now.
Oh, he fights. That's unequivocal.
You can get tased.
Got son. Got son.
I know it's crazy, but if I were the passenger, I would have go ahead and snuck out that car, and I would have got on. I would have got on and got on. I wouldn't be there talking trash.
Get on the ground. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back now. I'm grabbing on me. I'm grabbing on me.
Your daddy gonna hear about this, boy.
Not your daddy.
Get up on me. Let go of my fucking flashlight. Let go of my flashlight. Y'all stop, please. You're a fucking idiot, dude.
No, you going to pay for this.
What y'all doing this?
You gonna pay for this. Get my key out of here, Ricky. They gonna pay for this. I got a witness to this shit. You have no reason to stop me. That's no stop sign. No turn, no nothing. I've been here all my life, boy.
You all right? Yeah. Ricky, shut the hell up.
Ricky, just be quiet, my dude.
Yeah, shut up, Ricky. You haven't got a clue what you're talking about. Your buddy has just been caught on body camera, refusing to identify, refusing to comply with numerous lawful orders to step out of the vehicle, and when he eventually did, he attacked 2 police officers. So neither of you have the moral high ground here.
Been here all my life. I know. That is not a turn. So what's the traffic stop for? There's no reason to stop.
I already let you know why.
You ain't got no reason to stop me. I'm gonna show you.
You can think that if you want
somebody don't know nothing about the
to.
law?
You can think that if you want to.
But I don't think it. I know it. I know it. I don't have to think it. I've been to court before, son.
Well, I mean, you can take it to court
go again.
That's fine with me.
We going again.
Okay.
I ain't been there. Stood in front of the jury and everything. It's gonna be your turn now.
Yeah, you guys keep lying to yourselves and we'll keep grabbing the popcorn. All right, guys, so he was taken to jail and according to Law in Focus, who I recommend you subscribe to, link in the description, he was charged with assault on a police officer, interfering with police and failure to signal. I, for one, am a bit surprised to not see DUI among that list of charges, but there it is. Right, thank you so much for watching, guys. If you enjoyed this video, please leave me a like, share the video and subscribe to the channel. Thank you also to my channel members and patrons for your continued support. I really appreciate it. And if you would like to support me and get early access to videos like this, then please consider becoming either a channel member or a patron. Right, take care all, and I will catch up with you in the next video.
Shout out to Van Balian. I enjoy the channel. Fantastic channel. Excellent content. All he does is body cams. All he does is sovereign citizen shenanigans, and it is excellent. So shout out to the Van Balian channel. Okay, our girl. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. All right, so she's supposed to be going live in a second. We'll be here. All right, I'm gonna try to speed run through this because, as I said before, right, we got to leave from sane to now insane. I do need speed run at 6:45, so I'm gonna do my very best to be. We're gonna probably be a little bit quick today, just be honest. So let us keep the dance going. Thank you so much. I appreciate it very much for that. Thank you so much for James 1:26 through 27. We'll post it in the chat. All right. Thank you so very much for the very kind 5, as well as a scripture. We're actually going through the book of James at my church. And we just did. And matter of fact, I have a playlist for it. If you are interested, the playlist is called The Book of James, and it's on my channel. All right. Let us get this party rolling. Y'all, I know. We got to do it. Let's get to it. All right. There's going to be shenanigans. I know it already. I feel it in my soul. He already said that Candace and Charlie weren't friends and Candace hated him. I mean, she hasn't denied it. I like it. Thank y'all so much for everybody who's jumped in. You got your popcorn, you got your drink, you got your beverage. Make sure you hit that like button on the way in as well. Thank you so much. Insane in the brain, right? Thanks, that song's gonna be stuck in my head. Well, technically the song is Insane in the Membrane, just in case if I need to really ruin it for you. Shout out to y'all. Thank you so much. Comedy. Absolutely. If I could, I would. It'd have to be doing it. I have to do it in post. And that is very interesting. Like no pictures of her peeps, no picture of her family. Interesting. All right, good folk are in the chat. I appreciate you. You got some ice cream? Okay, there we go. I see you. Wait, did I miss that? There we go, right there. I appreciate y'all. Let me do this. There we go. What's the link to the book of James? Real quick. Let me drop that in there real quick. We're going to, I have a playlist through the book of James as we are traveling through what's called the New Testament book of Proverbs. And I will drop that in there for you real quick. Once I find it. Why can't I find it? There it is. All right. Bada boom, bada bing. All right. So ADZ Love. Here's the link down in the chat if you want to check out the playlist. I think you'll enjoy it. All right. There it is right there for you. All right. Your girls live. Let's go.
All right, you guys, welcome back to season 9, episode 2 of Everybody Grieves Differently. I'm your host. That's what we're told, at least. You know, in retrospect, we should have probably saw that for what it was, recognized that expression for what it was, another well-financed PR campaign against people for asking meaningful questions, shaming people. Now, you might be surprised then to learn who actually uttered that expression first over at Turning Point USA, before Charlie's memorial, in a corporate-wide phone call, which took place, or Zoom call rather, just 5.5 days after Charlie's assassination. And speaking of different ways to grieve, the now former CEO of Daily Wire, Jeremy Boring, is back, trying to make a comeback to reclaim his name in the press after he ran the company into the ground with his petty grievances and personal passion projects. And like everyone in the mainstream media, he appears to be auditioning for a role at AIPAC in the very tried and true manner of publicly attacking Tucker Carlson and yours truly, correlating us to Antifa thugs and also this show to pornography. Anyway, welcome back to Candace.
All right. It is what it is. We know what she's going to talk about. Let's go.
All right, you guys, first and foremost, a major correction from yesterday. Thank you to people in Iowa for messaging me. We made a mistake and showed you a picture of a man that is actually not named Bob Flood at all. His name was actually Bob Ferguson. He's from Iowa. He has nothing to do with the story. It was genuinely a full-blown mistake. I've actually reached out to him, and I just deeply apologize. We wiped it from the episode, but many of you saw it before we actually did. So I just wanted to clarify that picture that we showed yesterday of Bob Flood from Chicago was not Bob Flood from Chicago.
That's how you know that her show is recorded
Bob Ferguson from Iowa, who literally had nothing to do with anything. So my apologies.
But you do your research though. You do all it, and I have the clip now. I have the clip. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Bob Ferguson. Hopefully, we will get in touch.
Retarded.
I'm kind of using some back channels to make that happen. Anyway, back to today. They say hindsight is 2020. Right? That's the expression. Hindsight is 2020. And damn, if we are not realizing that right now.
Wow.
I can say with full confidence, after combining what we have learned throughout this investigation to be a fact, and after now speaking with employees who were let go in this recent string of aggressive firings, employees that did nothing or were told weren't told that they did anything. They certainly were not the people that were leaking to me. That I do believe firmly from the beginning that Erica was intimately involved in the PR messaging and the PR campaign at different times against me, sometimes against the entire world, but against me in particular. Just to recap why this is now suddenly important, no one's picking on her. We have confirmed
lies you tell.
for a fact that she lied. She lied to my face, actually, regarding the Superman neck. She blamed that on Andrew Colvett, said that he went rogue, that Dr. Lee Trotter also went rogue, violated HIPAA, that they hopped on the phone and did this without her consent or knowledge. Then on top of that, Andrew then sends out a tweet. I told you, confirmed to you, the doctor did not violate HIPAA. It was actually a three-way call, and the statement pertaining to Superman neck came from her. Andrew Colvett, in that regard, was doing Erica's bidding. He was taking a figurative bullet for her. She did not misspeak there. There's no way to look around it. She lied. She lied right to my face when she said that. She knew that HIPAA, he didn't violate HIPAA. She lied to a doctor, a surgeon, and she knew that she was on that call. So let's just say that clearly. We've also now confirmed that she was at the Hamptons retreat, the now infamous Hamptons retreat. She was present when Bibi Netanyahu called. And that bothers me because I was out here catching a lot of heat for telling the truth. Now, we have two different versions of that story. Andrew Colvett said that Bibi offered to fund Turning Point to the next level. I have since confirmed what Andrew Colvett said with two people that are not related to Andrew Colvett at all. Erica, despite being at that dinner and confirming that she was there, does not remember that part. She says that there was not an offer that was made and that Bibi was calling about the letter that Charlie wrote him back in May. Andrew confirmed to me that Charlie described that summit as like an intervention was being staged over Israel. So I find that to be interesting. Again, with everything that we now know, my assumption was she didn't wade into things, didn't wade into the water, and didn't say anything about the debate that was happening because she was so overwhelmed and kind of catching her breath as the new CEO and chairman. I think now I have a different perspective on that. I'm not sure why she did not come out and say, if she was capable of doing calls and sitting down and doing meetings, come out and say, like, yes, this Hampton Summit did happen. Yes, Bibi did call, and try to work through with Andrew why they have different memories of whether or not he called to fund things to the next level. We have also confirmed that Erica and Andrew were working together on that Fort Huachuca PR response. It was the craziest tax I've ever endured. Alex Jones, quite entertainingly, he's coming for me my whole life, everything. But that PR response was confirmed that she was a part of that through this obscure YouTuber, Paramount Tactical, rather than going directly to me after we sat down. That, to me, seems like a pretty strong violation of a well-meaning conversation that I had with her for 4 hours. And I should also mention that that was the same YouTuber, despite also going into Mitch's entire past, Mitch knows past. But after calling for a ceasefire and saying, let us sit down and talk, they welcomed Paramount Tactical onto Charlie Kirk's podcast show while I was in this hotel room to debunk me. I had no idea it was happening. And then that's, I think, was the beginning.
And I see a lot of people saying this. She has transitioned. She is the epicenter of this whole discussion. Charlie Kirk really is not, she doesn't care about Charlie. It's everything against her. You were at the Hamptons. You knew what they said about me. This, that, and the other. You knew what they were saying about me. I was receiving attacks, and you didn't do this. Everything is about her. This whole thing now has main character syndrome has gone into the stratosphere, and it's all about Candace.
When it clicked to me, seeing that him being caught live, Andrew Colvett live messaging something from Erica after she told me that they were disappointed in Andrew, that he wasn't going to be involved in PR anymore. That's when I realized that I was being lied to, that she was making moves behind the scenes. And the answer that we will likely never get, to add one more point here, is whether Andrew was lying or Erica was confused. And I would like to say that I don't believe Andrew was lying. I believe Andrew was telling me the truth when he said that when he stepped off of the plane in Provo on September 10th, he basically collapsed into Erica's arms, crying on the tarmac. because he had all this pent up emotion, had this big plane. Everyone was messaging him about Charlie, asking for his status. He didn't know what was going on. And the impression that I got was that Andrew was on that plane alone. But then we were later told that Andrew was accompanied by his wife. But Erica, during our face-to-face meeting, had no recollection of his wife stepping off of the plane. When I asked, I said, was he with his wife? She was unable to answer that question as to whether or not Andrew flew in with his wife to Provo. How is that possible? Is Andrew lying about that? Or is Erica misremembering? What we know thereafter is that when they arrived at the hospital, after waiting for an hour, if Andrew is to be believed, then she waited for an hour on the tarmac for Andrew's flight to land. They arrived at the hospital and went in through.
Can we agree that the only person she's mentioned more than herself is Andrew so far? That's why I'm saying, Andrew Colvett, I understand you meant well, but bruh, y'all need to stop engaging with this woman. This is ridiculous. All of the stuff that, and I'm wondering, is she trying to drive a wedge between Andrew Colvett, TPUSA, Erica, and others? Because she's making Andrew sound like a mole at this point. This is sounding like mole activity.
Through separate entrances. Andrew went through the front, main entrance where there were other TPUSA staff there, people that were there on that day, and Erica went in through a back or side entrance. These are the facts, okay? If they disturb you, then you should know that you are not alone. The world obviously melted down yesterday when we played the corporate-wide call hosted by Erica to Turning Point employees following the memorial event. The overwhelming consensus, the human response to that is that you feel disturbed when you listen to it, spiritually disturbed by the emotion of it, the happiness. Speaking about merchandise being sold, hats being sold. Again, this is not a sales call. This is the entire team on the phone. This new corporate-wide call that I'm going to share with you today took place even earlier, so that you can go back into your time machines. It took place just 5.5 days after Charlie was pronounced dead. 5.5 days later. The date is September 16th. This is when Turning Point USA employees are told that Erica is going to be replacing Charlie as the CEO and chairman. The public is going to be informed a day later on September 17th in a public letter signed off by Doug DeGroot, who's on the board. And I should be clear that when Doug DeGroot, going backward and looking at the announcement, he makes it very biblical, which is a common theme here. Everything is it's about, this is what God has ordained. Here is the letter. Just going to read the top here. It reads in Ecclesiastes, King Solomon wrote that mankind is to be tested by God. Today we are facing such a test, yet we also know that God has prepared us with everything that we need to overcome this ordeal. It was the honor of our lives to serve as board members of Charlie's side. Charlie prepared all of us for a moment like this one. He worked tirelessly to ensure Turning Point USA was built to survive even the greatest tests. And now it is our great pride to announce Erica Kirk as the new CEO and chair of the board for Turning Point USA. Okay. So I want you to remember that. It's like going, I don't even remember that letter at all. So that's why I'm showing it to you. It's King Solomon, and it's, this is what God wants. Okay.
Wow.
Now, this decision, like I said, published on the 17th, was actually voted upon earlier. I know because Andrew Colvett told me before the public knew that the board had selected Erica within about 72 hours of Charlie's death.
We go. Andrew need to come up here to the front of the church too. Y'all, we got to have a conversation about Andrew.
On the phone with him, already concerned by the obvious attempt from people who hated Charlie previously, now committing themselves publicly to taking over his legacy, filling in his boots, picking up his bloody mic. And Andrew reassured me that the decision had already been made and that it was Erica that was going to take over. And in my aggrieved state, I said, okay, great, amazing. Thank God. I'm so happy to hear that. So I'm so happy that none of these people who literally hated him are going to try to sit in his chair. Now, in hindsight, practically speaking, this means that within a space of about 72 hours, someone approached Erica and thought that the right thing to ask or say was, hey, know you're going through a lot right now, but is it okay if we put your name up for the position of CEO, and can we put that to a board vote today? Are you willing and able to take over as the chairman and the CEO in Charlie's stead? To which Erica had to have replied, yes. She had to give her consent for that to go up for a board vote. Okay, that's just a fact that happened.
Okay, See, she's just going to say that that's a fact. We have no reason to believe anything that she said so far is true. So let me make sure I have this right. Charlie Kirk, with all of his boy genius powers, did not have a succession plan already in place. Right? Did not have anything in place. She's making it sound like Erica did this on her own and there wasn't anything in place. And we don't know that there was or that there wasn't. Well, all we're hearing is from you, Candace, and we have no idea where you're getting this information from.
Had to take place, how it happened, exactly when it was said. Somebody felt that was appropriate to say that. Now, my first 72 hours was a little bit different on my end.
Nobody cares.
When Mitchell, my PR agent, sent me a very kind message about the infinite press requests that we had been receiving, people seeking a statement for me regarding how I felt about Charlie's public assassination, I wanted to physically assault him. He did nothing wrong. He actually did his job with the utmost professionalism and care. And still, I kind of wanted to kick Mitchell. I'm sorry, Mitchell. That's how I felt at that time, because everything just felt so intrusive. Like, to even think about the world going on felt wrong. I didn't think anything.
Do y'all see how she's trying to make herself a better widow? Do y'all see it? Like, she's a better widow. Like, oh, I couldn't have talked to anybody. I wanted to punch people. I wanted to slam their faces in the microwave. Like, she is such a better widow than Erica is. That's what she's doing. She's the better widow. Wow.
At that time or beyond it, other than what I stated publicly, which was that Turning Point USA should have waited and instead appointed an interim CEO to allow Erica the time that she needed to grieve, rather than her having to deal with everyone questioning her moves as a CEO. But I also contended with myself, I will say. I also thought, well, maybe they rushed the decision because it was symbolic and they felt it was necessary, that it was sort of honorific, meaning she wasn't really going to do anything at that time, but they wanted to announce that this is the direction that it's going, which would be fair, like just wanting the announcement to mean something. And on her end, I thought maybe Erica said yes because she wanted to hold on to some sense of continuity. Like, this is still going to go on. We're going to get everything going. And that still could be true, by the way. That could have been what drove her decision. But of course, looking in retrospect, it is stunning to me that Erica chose not to bring a single member of her actual family with her to Utah. Something that I just sort of missed at the time. Just Turning Point family. Think about that. Charlie Kirk's mother, father, sister, they all raced to Utah to be with him at the hospital, which is to be expected. But Erica, no one in her immediate family joined her in her darkest hour. Not her mom. Okay. We were told that she's sick. Dad also lives in Scottsdale. Sister, yes, she does have one. Cousins, friends from high school. After all, she grew up in Arizona, right? That's where she went to school. That's where she went to high school. Instead, she was joined by Stacey Sheridan, who was playing the part of her mother. Stacey, who is the head of fundraising for Turning Point USA. Don't forget, it was Stacey Sheridan who concerned herself with Turning Point raising money, who filmed Charlie in the casket. It is Stacey Sheridan who traveled with Erica. She's the one who was holding Erica holding her hand as Charlie's casket was coming off of Air Force Two. That was Stacey Sheridan standing next to her recording. Not her mother, not her dad, not Erica's sister. You just would think that somebody that you would call somebody close to you that does not exist in a corporate structure to be by your side. That is my now totally rational perspective looking backward. But
baby, I don't think rational is a word that you need to be using and trying to hold on to. No.
And who I've told her since day one, I personally warned Charlie about her. That is my personal opinion, that there is no rung into hell that Stacey Sheridan will not descend upon for $1.
Oh my gosh.
My experience with her. But this person was somehow crucial to coming and being beside Erica at all moments. Car rides, everything. If you go back and look, it is Stacey. You would think Stacey Sheridan was Erica's mother.
Who
and you can even
cares,
check
though?
out this clip, which is that her in a car. Stacey, just everywhere. On the phone, Stacey is there capturing every moment. Me, I needed my sister to fly in to be by my side.
I'm a better widow.
Cousin. Erica needed the head of gifts and donations. I find that to be very strange. And I've checked with people at the hospital. No family was there. Now let's get back to.
She checked with people at the hospital, but she couldn't check with find out about Mitch Snow. She checked the people in the hospital to find out who was there with Erica Kirk, but she couldn't follow up and find out about Mitch Snow and his crazy background. Okay, we trust you. Yesterday, you just doxed the man that had nothing to do with anything. But we trust that you did this. Okay.
18th, though, because I like to focus on that date. Because with Stacy in earshot, Erica is going to address the company for the first time. That's not a small task, by the way. Okay. She is, as you will see, at the office. She doesn't have full hair and makeup on, which, of course, I think I welcome that as a good thing. I don't expect her to be at the office, but I'm happy that she's not in full hair and makeup because
why are
this
you
is
the standard?
5.5 days after her husband was pronounced dead. This is before we've had his funeral, anything. And I'm going to let you decide. And I'm going to tell you that the employees that chose to record this and the employees that are still there and upset with the manner in which people were fired are saying that they feel like it was like a cult. Like they knew something was off. They felt like they were being manipulated, that they were only given Erica as this symbol of you guys need to work harder, right? As though Charlie's wife was being used to convince employees that it is now a mandate handed to them by God to work harder, to sacrifice themselves, to work longer days, because this is their new family. Like this word, I've always been struck by this, describing the employees like a family, to drive them to work like horses, only to then fire them after $250 million is raised, is wild.
You and this $250 million are crazy.
Like I said, at least she is not dressed in hair and makeup. She is at the office. I would say the bad news is that once again, Erica is going to stop herself from using the word happy in the context of Charlie and how he must be feeling in heaven. I'm going to let this play out for 5 minutes straight, and there is no context needed other than this is 5.5 days after her husband was publicly assassinated. And yes, in the background, that is Terrell Farnsworth, the guy who took down the cameras. Yeah, but we are going to see some grief. So I'm going to allow you guys to watch this for 5 minutes.
Had private conversations with him. I want you all to hold on to those. And I want you all to remember those. So
did you guys have the beginning of this?
This woman is evil. There's a new level.
Oh, okay. I wanted the whole beginning, but it's okay. We can go back to it because I wanted the beginning because she starts by laughing. But we'll play this and we can post that later if you guys can. I want the full 5 minutes ending at 7, full 5:17 so that we don't cut it. But we can play this to start.
Had private conversations with him. I want you all to hold on to those. And I want you all to remember those so deeply. I want you to journal about them. I want you to be able to tell your kids about them. I want you to put those in your heart as why you're still here with the Turning Point USA family, because that's what we want. And like I said to our small group after whatever day that was that I did the thing on TV, how many days are still around Good Friday. I told the team, I said, Turning Point USA will continue like my husband always wanted, and it'll be bigger than ever. And we're going to honor him by doing that. We're going to stay humble. We're going to work hard because that's what he would want. And we're going to just make it grow. And we're going to keep our eyes fixed on heaven. And, like even Stacey said, he's going to find ways to speak to us. And he's going to speak to you in different ways. Every person's going to be different, but you'll get little moments where you're like, okay, Charlie, I see you. It might be here on campus. It might be in quiet moments of the night, but he's here and he's more alive than ever. And he is, he's going to guide us. And we just have to remain humble. But again, what I told the team was, I will fight like hell to make sure that all of you have a job here. I don't want anyone to think their job's in jeopardy, because your family, if you choose to leave, that's different. I never will, and I promise you, I will make sure that I never allow a point to where you have to leave because we cannot financially afford you.
That makes sense.
And that is, That is a promise. I want our family to stay together the best it can. Obviously, circumstances, there's unforeseen things that might pop up here and there that we can't foresee in the future. But for right now, the way things are, I would like to remain if they are status quo. And I think that's the best thing to do. And everything else we can worry about later. But I just want to let you know that you guys are all very loved. I'm very proud of you. And Charlie would be, I think Charlie's just, I'm trying not to say that he's obviously celebrating in heaven amongst many things, but he's so proud of all of you. And he's so proud of all of you for keeping this mission alive. And he knows that you can do it. That's why you're hired. And he knows that you will be able to carry the torch. And he knows that you're going to do a great job. And you're going to be able to, even though days are going to be tough, honestly, the nights are the hardest. Mornings are pretty raw too. But just what I've noticed these past several days is if I didn't have the family, the Turning Point USA family with me, all of you, I would be a disaster. I mean, I would be in fetal position 24/7. But the fact that we have a continued mission to look forward to and we have our family, it's everything. And some of you, this is your chosen family. And just rely and lean on each other. That's huge. Leaning on each other is huge because all of you were together prior to this and we'll be together after this. And everything, and I told Justin, it's going to be something where everything before September 10th, any email you were working on, any project you were working on, it's not that it's irrelevant now. It's just things have changed, obviously. And the mission has gotten deeper and the mission will grow deeper. But I just want all of you to know, we will be wise stewards. We will be vigilant. We will be humble. And I just want you to know that, again, I'm with you. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. And we're going to make sure that we honor my husband so well that this whole world knows what his vision was and will be. And it's just, I feel so blessed and honored.
Man, imagine finding problem with that.
Blessed and honored. That is crazy work as adjectives. I don't know. That's crazy work. That is couldn't, blessed and honored to be the CEO and to be telling you guys that you're a family. And I want you to see this because we've spoken about this, the Moonies cult, and these people that are leaving are it was just like a cult. Basically she's saying this, she's calling you a family. She promises them. That's why it's important you have to hold this to the fire. You're not a CEO. You promise these kids that if they are going to work harder, you're in this family, your jobs are safe. Actually, that's what makes her cry. Saying your jobs are, that's when she breaks, right? When she says, it's so important that you know your jobs are good. I feel emotionally attached to you guys working for me. And then you attach that to what we showed you of a young woman who, like I said, on everything, she never leaked anything. She never spoke to me, nothing, gets fired. And for asking a simple question,
you don't know what this woman's work product was, though. You don't know what she did. Maybe it was redundant. Maybe she was already on a PDP and she was already on the way out the door. Maybe they found out that she got you on speed dial, whatever. You don't know anything about that person. And even more than that, you don't know that was real. That whole thing with the cell phone camera looking at the ceiling was real. Candace, you are dumb. You are so dumb.
Literally, why am I fired? We've been working 25 hours. Just get out. There's security there. That's it. We're moving in a different direction. That is not okay. You're not allowed to say everybody grieves differently, so I don't have to answer any questions about that. And guys, we're going to bring in the beginning too, because I want you to watch the beginning of this so you can see the full thing of it, because we don't need to strip anything. Because she starts by laughing, which I find to be interesting. But I do want to let you know that we are having some buffering issues. We still have major blackouts in Nashville, so we're doing our best here. If you have some connectivity issues, just know that that's the reason why. Here's the beginning of that call.
Yep, there you go. Oh, look at all the thumbs up. Look how cute that is.
Sorry, it's just a little bit more informal than probably Charlie would be reacting. How sweet. I didn't know they could do that. I hate Zoom. I never liked Zoom. Sorry, you guys. I just wanted to say first and foremost, my heart obviously is broken for you guys as much as it is for our family. You guys lost not only a boss, but someone that you looked up to, someone that you believed in his mission, that you also that you loved. You loved listening to his show. You loved hearing his wisdom on things. I'm sure some of you have also had very personal moments of where you sat down and.
So that's the beginning, just so you have that in its full context. Now, like I said, this is something. It's definitely something. It feels to me a bit like the psychological phenomenon known as trauma bonding, right? They had just suffered a very real trauma. That's not a trauma that most people go through in their entire lives. You sign up for a company. Charlie Kirk is the leader of that company. You sign up, majority of these people, to work for this organization because they believe in Charlie Kirk. They believe in what he is doing on college campuses. And then you watch him get live assassinated. And now management is going to try to establish your loyalty using all sorts of tactics, but essentially what they're creating here is an emotional dependence, right? We are a family. We have lived through this. This is a family. And that very well may not have been Erica's intent. But hearing her sound like she's about to cry when she discusses specifically them keeping their jobs, not Charlie, but Charlie having been assassinated in front of the world, but the prospect of their employment, we do not have to imagine if she meant that sincerely, because she didn't. She did not mean that sincerely. After working them all like horses, wrapping them in this way, she's going to fire a boatload of them without cause or even conversation. That's actually traumatic. See it from the employee's viewpoint. For those of you wondering, they just must feel like they just got punched in the face. You had to watch him die. Then you get brought in.
Candace has never shown any shred of sympathy, empathy, whatever the word is, the cool kid word is now, toward Erica. It's always been like, yeah, whatever. But at no point has she ever demonstrated like that she actually cares about like that she's an actual woman that, you know, that has kids or that love Charlie. Like there's no care at all for this woman. That is some real diabolical work. Y'all, we're going to talk about that tonight. I'm gonna probably come back this evening and we got to talk about that, because the amount of vitriol and, dare I say, venom that this woman spews out this is some weapon grade stuff here.
On this emotional, we're a family, never, I never would do this. And it's like, get out, don't let the door hit you on the way back. Yeah, we raised $250 million. You're not even going to get a bonus. Now we're going to keep letting this play out, because you are going to hear her actually be the first person to say an expression that has been used a lot. She's going to remind people that everybody grieves differently. 5.5 days after Charlie was announced dead at the hospital. Take a listen.
And we will do our best to continue to make Turning Point USA the behemoth that he wanted it to be, this massive thing. And it is, and that's why we have to stay humble. But I just want you guys to stay in prayer. And if you guys do need anything, please reach out to whoever you know to reach out to. And pray with one another, be there with one another, be soft with one another. Everyone grieves differently. So if someone's acting weird, don't read into that. Weddings and funerals bring out the weirdest side in people. Just anyone who's been married knows that. So don't read into that. Just love on each other. And if there's anything or anyone who tries to divide your team or you, or that's just the enemy, and just rebuke it and know that there's a bigger mission at hand. And again, you guys are all very loved, and I feel very honored, and I'm grateful for all of you. So I just wanted to take some time to hop on and share with you my condolences. I wish I could hug all of you, but again, the fact that there's a lot of them in the office on today, the fact that a lot of you guys are here in office, that's what he would. It's the mission. He doesn't want you to just be sitting on the couch alone in your room. He wants you to, obviously, I mean, we will all mourn, but he would want you to build. And so that's what we'll do. We'll have a sword in one hand, and we'll have a hammer in the other to build. Okay? I love you all.
This is not going to go well for Candace. I'm sorry.
Usha, I just want to share this with you all. I asked her when we were on the tarmac. I said, I don't know how to get through this. And she said, you know, when you're on an airplane, and some of you have kids will really relate to this. Others that don't, you've been on a plane with kids, so you can also relate to this. But she said, when you're on an airplane and you're 15 minutes before landing and the kids are going crazy and you have 15 minutes left on the plane and they're throwing their toys and they're screaming and you're thinking to yourself, am I going to make it through these next 15 minutes? And then the plane lands. And Usha said, you're going to make it through those next 15 minutes. And the next 15 minutes after. And so I just want to share that with you because it was a very private moment. But it gave me some peace to know that we can just do this 15 minutes at a time. So if that means at work when you're feeling a little bit stop, take those 15 minutes and you'll be okay. We're all going to be okay. I love you guys.
Imagine thinking that this is a bad thing.
Is there anything else to feel that you guys are loved? Love this little film with all the birds. It's so cute. So sweet. God bless you all.
Thank you, guys.
Imagine thinking that's bad. And what's wrong with you to think that is actually a? I'm sorry. Let go, Jason. Let's go.
I mean, I don't really know what to say. I wanted to share that with you.
Because you're a wicked, evil woman.
Because I fully side with the employees. What they have lived through, everything that's happened, to have them admit that they work 20-hour days, to see how they were manipulated into doing that, and then having the carpet pulled under their feet and told goodbye. And God forbid you want to speak out about what you've lived through, then you're somehow like, it's a cult. That's a cult, to be clear. That's just a cult.
Wow.
You're with us or you're against us. And these people were not against them. They were loyal employees. Okay, they were loyal employees, and they said that they felt.
Candace is taking up the mantle for the 5 or 6 people that were let go. That she doesn't know how their work ethic was. She doesn't know what they were doing. She doesn't know if they were being redundant, anything of that nature. Maybe trying to be a little bit more streamlined. She doesn't know any of that. That's all this is about. She's just upset because 5 or 6 people were let go from Turning Point, and she thinks that they should not have been let go. That's all this is. That's crazy work.
Like they were being emotionally manipulated to think that they had to just work harder, even beyond the 20-hour days they were working during the weekday. They were then asked to come in on the weekend to pack T-shirts because it's what Charlie would want. And I kept picking up on that beyond these calls. I kept saying, why does it feel like they're using the ghost of Charlie to sort of guilt people into doing things? Like, well, this is what Charlie would want. He'd want your money. This is what Charlie would want. He would want your kid's college fund. This is what Charlie would want. He wants grandma's will. This is what Charlie's dancing. He's dancing in heaven. He is, I don't want to say the word happy. Maybe he's not happy. He just got assassinated. Maybe he's not happy that he's never going to see his children again or put them to bed, but he is dancing unhappily or something. What? Okay. Like, I don't know what this is. Like I said, fully side with the employees. I believe,
of course you do,
with all of the new information that I'm getting, and it is a lot
of information
that she has been orchestrating this entire PR campaign from the back and pretending that Andrew Colvett was problematic. Maybe some credit to Andrew Colvett for being enough of a gentleman to absorb all of that, to allow people to think that it was just him acting rogue when it wasn't. It factually was not. We were lied to. And I don't know what the purpose is of that lie. That's what troubles me. What is the purpose of that lie? And by the way, just going back to that end of the timeline that we have put together, it's actually stunning to consider that when they opted to have the 3-way call with the doctor, okay, when they hurried.
Wow, she's still talking about that?
Because I did an episode and I was like, hey, something's really weird that you guys should know is that, you know, the bullet didn't go through. There was no blood in the back of Charlie. And then Erica and Andrew got on the phone with the surgeon. That was on the day of Charlie's actual funeral mass. Like, that was a priority for them to have something to issue as a statement onto X to try to explain away why a 30-06 didn't go through. Like, that doesn't seem like the proper day for that, but that's when it happened. That's when it factually, that phone call took place. We know because Andrew said just got off the phone with the surgeon. So we don't have to imagine when that was. The day after my episode, when people were going, what do you mean there's no blood in the back? What do you mean the 30-06? Why lie about that?
Just let it
Why
go.
are we being
Let it go.
lied to? And we're supposed to accept that they have enough money, well, they do, to hire crisis PR people and a bunch of accounts on X to tell us that it's ungodly for us to not just sit there and be lied to? That God's mandate means you can't.
She is really upset. I can't stop because I got to go pick up my baby. But she is really upset.
You can't question why kids are being treated like this. Like, this is Charlie's vision. He's dancing in heaven, watching how kids that a bunch of students that slaved for him 20-hour days.
Wow.
To put together the memorial events are being let go for no reason other than loyalty tests that are being conducted by Marina, the COO, who's talking to Uber drivers for the tea. Hey, have you heard anything about Turning Point USA? Well, I heard that this Uber driver said that you may have said something. Bring her into the room. She may have critiqued Erica. Not allowed. What is this, guys?
That is some
It's
nasty work,
severe
y'all.
manipulation, and it's not okay. It's not okay at all. And what is guiding that, though? What is guiding the lies?
Wow.
That's what I'm interested in.
That's some crazy
I don't
work.
like when people lie to my face. I really don't like when people lie to my face. And then I don't like when they send me cease and desist because I told the truth.
Here it comes.
I would say that's
That's
like,
what it is.
a personal trigger of mine. Anyway, we're going to take a brief break and get into some more people grieving differently.
All
in the
right.
form of former CEOs.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you real quick. We are going to. I gotta speed up through this.
Rescue. I want to tell you
Um,
guys about masa chips.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now. I do got to bug out of here in 30 minutes. So, but what I am gonna do is we're gonna go through that Jeremy Boring video. We are gonna go through it. I'm just gonna start playing it, and I will be back, and we can have a good little powwow about it. She looks so phony. Good gosh, she looks so phony. Oh, this poor woman. I can't imagine being this vacuous and empty in my heart that I would hate somebody this much. That's crazy work, y'all. That is some crazy work.
I would say that we exist in a time right now where we recognize that we live in a matrix. Like, we actually live in a matrix.
No, you
and that
do.
matrix
You
is
do.
fully glitching. We don't know where this is going to end. It's sort of like, we know they're lying, they're caught lying, they know that they've lost power, but they're still going to create this illusion that they haven't. They're going to keep writing articles, they're going to keep smearing people that are telling the truth.
Oh, gosh.
Even though it's ineffectual. Like, no, we actually don't care anymore what they're writing, but they're going to keep doing it. They're going to tell us who we have to like.
cares
They're going to
what
keep
they're writing.
pretending that these people are popular and these people are all.
Remember, everything that Candace says has to be weighed as how would she actually respond to this? She doesn't care what they're writing? Yes, she does. She absolutely does. She doesn't care who they're telling you to like? Yes, you do. You do. This is 1000% projection. That's all this is. There's nothing more. We need to dial a 5150 up in here. All right, let's get done.
Full. When does it stop? Everything feels fake and gay and fictitious. And we're learning that people who pretended like they cared about free speech are the number one people that are trying to squash it. They're trying to squash it now. And there's no greater example of that than, of course, Daily Wire. Now, the Daily Wire CEO, one day, Daily Wire is a company in a fair world, probably not one day. And so therefore, probably not in this world. But if we lived in a fair world, it would be taught in psychology courses. Like, watching what this company did to itself in the span of 1 year is incredible. It's objectively, as an interest piece, incredible. Like, if I'm just a journalist going, this is fascinating, right? Jeremy Boring was the CEO when all that happened, and he kind of went away for, I would say, a year, and now he's back. He would never not be back, guys. This man loves the spotlight like you wouldn't believe. We're going to talk about that in a second. But he goes on to a podcast and decides to open up about me, of course, and what I did wrong, saying essentially things were fine until they weren't fine. And I'm just going to let you hear him in context, what I've done here and what he has to say about me. Take a listen.
When Candace works for you, do you sometimes look back at the decision and think that wasn't a good one when she was working at The Wire?
Yeah, well, I certainly think that hiring Candace is probably the biggest mistake of my professional life so far. At the time,
I agree.
I had misgivings about Candace, but it wasn't a completely cynical decision. I believed that Candace could be a great force for good in the world. I still believe that. Candace is the most talented person I've ever met, not just in conservative media, but in any media. She has it. She has that star quality. You know it the moment that you meet her. Unbelievable charm, unbelievable charisma. The camera absolutely loves her. She has incredibly unique gifts and skills in that area. And when she wields those gifts and skills for good, she's incredibly effective. She was during the BLM movement in America. Some of the content that we made when we first brought Candace on was focused on that topic, and I think she was as good as anybody in the world and made a really positive impact. I've said before, Candace is like nuclear energy. If you harness it properly, she can power a city. If you lose control, she'll flatten the city. And I think that's what we're seeing now. Candace, all those same gifts that she has at various times used for good, she's now using for ill. And there's no one better. The problem is, if what you're pursuing is bad and you're the best at it, you're going to do an incredible amount of damage. And Candace is doing an incredible amount of damage.
So what's amazing about that?
Is it true?
Is he's not even aware of how objectively racist what he just said was.
What?
We brought Candace on because she was critiquing Black people.
That's not what he
We
said.
brought her on because it was nice to have a Black person that was willing to call out Black Lives Matter. And that's largely why I brought her on. That's why we did. And she was doing great. We did the documentary, and she talked about how Black Lives Matter had grown into really what it was a Black supremacy movement where they were no longer fighting for equality. Actually, what they
You do realize that's not what that man said, right? We literally just saw it. Why are you interpolating what the man said to something different? That's not what he said. Wow.
I believe that. I stand by that. I have not shifted my viewpoints on BLM and the fact that it was going to ultimately backfire on Black America like it did, burn down Black American cities. But then that, oh my gosh, when she then noticed that Israel was actually flattening cities, really bad analogy there, Jeremy. When she noticed that actually the Jewish community was acting like the supremacists suddenly, and noticed that they were acting exceptionally. They wanted to be treated exceptionally, and they were coming after speech. That's when I realized that this energy couldn't be harnessed. That's when we realized we had a problem. Oh, it could do great damage. It could flatten a city like Bibi Netanyahu did to Gaza. That's when, oh, man, she was a talent when I could teach her to go after Black people. But then when she sort of noticed that Jewish people were not behaving correctly and were making demands in a similar fashion and coming after people's lives and livelihood, that's when, we had to draw the line.
Wow,
it's very bad. It's amazing. And then he's going to correlate my show to pornography. Take a listen.
You say people tell you that they listen to Candace. I had a guy tell me recently, he said, what should I say to my wife? She keeps telling me about things that she hears Candace say, and I don't even know how to respond to them. I said, well, I would just respond by telling her fun things that you saw in some porno video that you watched. He said, whoa, what are you talking about? I said, well, the same level of shame should accompany both statements. Like,
I agree.
One should be ashamed to say publicly that they're watching Candace Owens now. And Candace Owens, who
She's
is
an IQ
at
test.
war with the widow of her purported best friend, Charlie Kirk. This is so far beyond the pale. The fact that people can say with a straight face, oh, yeah, well, what do you make of what Candace said? What I make of it is that it is a kind of pornography. It is rhetorical pornography. It does the same thing that regular pornography does. It titillates, it stimulates, it's slightly naughty. It's great for getting clicks, and it makes tons of money on the internet. And you shouldn't be able to look at it if you're under 18. Or
I mean, okay, you know what? I'm sorry, Candace. You don't need to say anything else because Jeremy cooked you. I'm sorry. I agree with him 1,000%. Like, what did he say that was wrong? What did he say that wasn't true? Now, she's gonna just jump on that the porn thing because then she's gonna bring in that allows her to bring in Jews. She's gonna talk about Jews and pornography. I know that's what she's gonna do because she's as predictable as the weather. But he wasn't lying, though.
Now I remind you that one of the reasons I got fired is I said we should look into the history of pornography. Don't ask him that question.
I told you.
Ask him about real pornography and where it comes from.
I told you.
Don't do that. Don't you dare, because then you would be the kind of nuclear energy that we can't harness correctly. Now, when you talk about pornography, You should talk about real pornography. You should talk about podcasts where people are getting educated and recognizing that there are double standards and that you cannot use emotional arguments like BLM did and like we are seeing Israel do today to go, you can't talk about the facts. George Floyd died and we can't talk about any more facts and this is crazy and we're all sad and we can't even discuss things rationally. Same thing, Israel post-October 7th. He is arguing like a leftist. But the moment where you really...
That's wild. Y'all, okay, we are going to watch the full Jeremy Boring interview, and we're going to have to go through it and enjoy that, because I don't need Candace interpreting it. I need Candace to tell me that Jeremy wasn't cooking, because Jeremy cooked her butt. I'm sorry.
Recognize that I had hoped that he checked into treatment, to be honest with you.
Wow.
But he has zero self-awareness is when Jeremy accuses me of being self-aggrandizing. Take a listen to what he had to say.
What?
Candace Owens is engaged in as I see it, Candace is engaged in a project of self-aggrandizement. I've asked Candace on 2 separate occasions, what do you actually believe? And on both occasions, she told me, I believe what the people believe. I am the voice of the people.
I've heard that.
Never mind that that's a completely amoral statement. Never mind that I don't know who the people are in this conversation.
Facts.
Never mind that the people, whoever they are, can obviously be wrong. Candace is actually saying something somewhat profound. She's saying, I will say whatever gets the most reward. She may not even know that that's what she's saying, but she's articulating audience capture as a virtue.
This is incredible for so many reasons. So the first and foremost, that is obviously made up. It's such an obviously made up conversation. Who just comes in and goes, what do you believe?
No, I've heard her say that. I want to say it was on the Dave Rubin show. She said, I believe what the people believe. Somebody's going to pull that clip up. I know it's going to be on X, so please make sure if you find it, bring it to me. I know, yeah, I've heard her say this, and I've heard, no, and you're having it in the midst of a conversation, Candace. You're not this obtuse. You're just being up. She tries to present it as if she's the most rational position possible. Ma'am, you're being silly. You're being silly.
For context. And then someone just replies and says, I believe whatever the people believe. Believe regarding what? Are we talking about faith? What are we talking about? The transgender movement? We don't just ask someone. I asked her 3 times. She said, I believe whatever the people believe because I just want clicks, which is why she took this path of going up against Black Lives Matter as a Black person and putting on a Trump
That's not what he
hat
said, though.
The easy route. That was obviously the easy route to get clicks back in 2016. It's completely ridiculous. But to pretend that I am into myself. I have to just shout this out because there are Daily Wire employees. You don't understand what we live through, guys. And they need to hear this. And they're just somewhere, they're passing away listening to Jeremy Boring talk about somebody who likes attention. Jeremy Boring is the CEO who woke up every day. Like, I'm his biggest regret. So many more regrets that I could toss out of him. I'm going to try a few. Like, getting up every day, going into the office and getting your hair and your makeup done to play the role of a CEO. Making talent, people who had shows, wait outside while you close the room, had people wash your hair, do your makeup, and style you. Hundreds of thousands of dollars on a clothing rack so you could go sit in the office and take phone calls like a CEO. That probably actually was the honest Jeremy. He's always been an aspiring actor. That's who he wants to be. He wants to be on a stage, and he literally builds stages every time he speaks at the Daily Wire. Jeremy Boring is a person that is so obsessed with himself and thinks about nobody else that he put the company into debt. What happened? What's the true story? What happened to the Daily Wire? Jeremy Boring was wanting to live out his boyhood theater kid dreams, right?
So, somebody could just the same drag all of Candace's dirt out there for everybody to see, but she's a shameless woman. She doesn't care. She knows that she has just as many skeletons in her closet as Jeremy, as Ben Shapiro, as anybody else. She has just as many skeletons. She doesn't care. That's the thing. She's shameless. Most people have a level of shame. She is shameless. Finish up, Jason.
Flew out virtually the entire company to Hungary to bring a book that he read in middle school to life on a budget that would make HBO blush, paying to transport bulls across the continent of Europe, and in the process, obviously plummeting a once financially healthy company into the ground. I am told, last number I heard, was $67 million spent on a high school dream. So much money that he had to borrow, empty a savings account, borrow money personally from Ben Shapiro to make ends meet because he couldn't let go of his high school dream. That's not ranking as his number one regret, because that's the true story of what happened to the Daily Wire. Everything else is noise. Actually, the Bulwark podcast, which is no friend of mine, they hate me, they were pretty frank. If you go back and listen and honest about what happened at the Daily Wire, they spent some time investigating it. Take a listen.
because of the Daily Wire's enormous revenues, they were in their streaming ambitions. Jeremy Borg was able to become not just like to finance this, but he is the director and the creator of it. This like incredibly ambitious operation. And so like they made these production diaries. And so I watched these videos on YouTube of them filming it. And
I heard about this.
Are they capable of doing this? I mean, we're talking about like
No.
100 extras, like fist fighting in a marsh in Hungary. Like the mist is coming in, all like enormous crews. Then they're like, well, we're flying off to Italy.
And this was on the Daily Wire's dime they were doing this?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh my God.
And it's, oh yeah, we're flying to Italy to film with bulls, but they were imported from Spain, so it's all good. Like it's authentic, and you're just like ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. And it still hasn't come out.
Well, that might explain
That actually has come
some of
out.
this departure agreement where you're spending millions on a bizarre.
Okay, I am not gonna go long on this. But okay, Daily Wire, and y'all know why she's calling out Daily Wire, right? In the chat, y'all know I need to see tiny ponies or little tiny horses in there. That's the reason she's going against Daily Wire, because she's upset. She's offended because they're making fun of her. That's it. And the Pendragon Circle, I actually heard about it. It sounds like it's pretty good. I'm gonna go find it. Maybe we'll watch it again. But if I find it, we'll watch it. Maybe we can stay up all night and watch, do a marathon. But that's why she's upset, because Daily Wire has been cooking her grits with these doggone shorts they've been doing. All right, get done.
Roman era Britain, but filmed in Hungary involving Italian bulls meant to be from Spain.
That's actually what happened, and it caused Jeremy Boring to have a mental break. And
So
we always had to be subjected to it as people that are working up at Daily Wire. And you would think that after taking a hiatus, she would come back and realizing this failed. Nobody wanted to buy it. Nobody wanted anything to do with it because, like always, he casts himself in every role. Jeremy Boring's razors, Jeremy Boring's hair products, Jeremy Boring's high school project, Jeremy Boring all the time. Build a stage because I want to fire Candace. You would think, but after taking a year to reflect, he would come back and say, "That's my biggest mistake." That I put me at the center of everything, and I took a financially healthy company and I crushed it. And you know what else was a mistake? If I'm Jeremy Boring, I would say it was a mistake not to just end things amicably with Candace, especially when she gave me the option after Ben jumped up on a table and accused her of being a faux sophisticate because she said, "Oh, genocide is always wrong." Yeah. When she came to me 8.5 months pregnant, hands open and willing to discuss and fix things or agree to amicably go our separate ways if we couldn't, post October 7th, he decided not to do that. Jeremy decided to instead maniacally convey to me that they suspected that I might have been secretly working with Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson, like we're the Three Musketeers or something, rather than simply humbling himself, admitting that he was completely deluded and wrong and that I was in fact always loyal to the company that I worked for. He hatched up his next great plan. Oh, I know. I'll fix two birds with one stone. Okay, I sank the company into debt, but I can fix it. My next big plan is to do what we did to Breitbart. We'll create a fake scandal. We'll accuse Candace, who's actually hardworking, super pregnant. We'll accuse her of being anti-Semitic and gloriously fire her over having said Christ is king. We'll do this during Lent because surely that will lead to more Daily Wire signups. It worked for us once at Breitbart. You think we can do it again? The world will see it our way, right? The world will see it our way. They'll realize that we had to do the tough but the moral thing. Well, it was a psyop. Like we just need the money, but they'll realize that we took a moral stance for Jews because what kind of monster tweets genocide is always wrong? True story. Jeremy actually personally reviewed Andrew Klavan's episode before it went out. The first attack after we amicably departed. Jeremy proved it. He's so genius and so sure of himself. Management truly believed that they were going to get a bunch of signups of the Daily Wire in mass. The whole world was going to support them and their debt issues would be wiped away. And it's now been 2 years. And you would think, Jeremy, I would think that you might have the courage to admit that it was simply a bad decision to build a stage, to execute a corporate slave hanging, to go to war over with someone that would have amicably left. I think it also may have left a bad taste in a lot of employees' mouths, many of whom subsequently left and leaked to the press what had happened because unlike you, I actually knew those employees' names. You never bothered to learn their names. You walked by them. They were beneath you. They weren't exactly buying what their narcissistic CEO who puts his name on everything was selling when it came to me. And what you did to me came across as cruel and unnecessary, a little extrajudicial. Most people this could have been an email. Now, if I was in your shoes, I might even rank having sent an intern on a secret mission to stalk the woman that you just fired to Dallas, to Turning Point USA, to put her on a plane, an intern. I might rank that as having been a mistake, a psychotic mistake, no less, followed by a somehow even worse decision as a CEO to then author a maniacal, almost 5-page long email to the entire company admitting to the act, justifying the decision to secretly follow someone that you had gloriously fired, saying, and I quote, "It's my right. It's my right to know what she's saying." That's not why you were sending her. You were sending her to ask me a question. If you wanted to know what I was saying, Turning Point USA live streams their events, okay? We know what you were doing. Now, were I in your shoes, Jeremy, I might even rank you bizarrely telling Brett Cooper, then a very young employee of yours, just a few weeks before she was slated to get married, sitting her down and telling her that she shouldn't do that because you had big plans and you were going to turn her into a star because you're the magic. I would probably rank that at the tippity top of bad corporate decisions, among others. You maybe forgot yourself in that moment, as you always do. Maybe got a little swept up in you. But conservatives, those pretending to be conservative companies, certainly are not supposed to chase Hollywood fame above family. And I think personally that she made the right decision to leave. And then you made, again, the wrong decision, like the angry, repressed homosexual that you are, to not just allow a young woman, again, 21 years old, to just leave, but to, again, stalk, because that's what you do. You stalk. You pretend it's a business, but you're glorified stalkers. In this time, in the most sadistic manner possibly ever, offering an obscene amount of money to her maid of honor at that wedding that you didn't want her to have, to hurt her, replacing her with her maid of honor because you wanted Brett Cooper, a young woman.
Real quick, I'm going to just if you look up, I think Daily Wire had some real big ambitions. The Pendragon cycle. Do y'all remember the Brett Cooper as Cinderella, as Snow White? That was all under him. Do y'all remember when they made the knockoff or the joke Hershey's bars for it was he, she, or she, him bars or whatever like that? Because Hershey was doing those transgender candy bars. All that stuff was under Jeremy Boring. Whether you like it or not, I think that's what they were trying to do. I don't know all this. She's making this Pendragon thing seem like it was just a pet project. It's actually a movie that he was trying to put out. It was a project that I could see what he was trying to do. Anyway, I just want to bring that up. Let's go.
To suffer for simply wanting to change jobs, which is why you worked behind the scenes through the same demented PR orbit to try to smear her, the friendly pop culture young girl, as an anti-Semite over an Instagram like because she liked a year-end roundup of my podcast, and you wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have that. You know, I rank that as another mistake, but what I rank as one of my prouder moments and all of that was using some of my nuclear energy to stand up for her publicly, despite contractual restraints, using my platform to say what you did to her was wrong. And when you sued me for that, for standing up for Brett Cooper, I want you to know that I communicated to my legal team that I would accept that. I would accept the penalty of hundreds of thousands of dollars, which you wanted to impart upon me, for me doing the right thing and standing up for someone who didn't deserve what you were putting her through. You didn't put me through it, and you were trying to put her through it. And I told my husband that I would gladly pay that money. I said, if the judge came back in your favor, I wouldn't lie. I would admit that I consciously stood up for somebody who didn't deserve to be smeared. I'm proud of that. In fact, I would have hung it up on a wall and showed my kids that money isn't everything. Doing the right thing is. So maybe all of that could rank somewhere.
I don't know if she got, I don't think she got sued by them.
You've ever made.
I'm looking for it. I don't see that she got sued by them.
Probably not, because you are just a malignant narcissist. You admitted to me that you had a mental break in Hungary. You didn't sleep for days, and you never really, Jeremy, have admitted to yourself that you haven't come back from it. You really have not come back from it. You are not okay. Your plan here to redeem yourself was to try to destroy my life. You blame me for what you did. In the process, honestly, the only thing that you've been successful at is ruining your own life. So what I think that you're actually suited for, Jeremy, is to return back to Texas, where you grew up. That key you wear around your neck, that bent key that you wear as a necklace every day. For those of you who don't know, that key, which the company is named after, Bent Key Ventures, is a key that he's kept around his neck for 28 years from his hometown, and it unlocks a Playhouse Theater where he once performed on stage. I think that that's where he should return. He's best suited to go back to Texas, to quit playing pretend in the real world.
Wow.
And to resume his Playhouse acting. How's that? We'll be right back. All right, you guys, very quickly, I want to remind you about American financing, because between
it's still on. I thought it was over.
Prices, it's easy to feel completely overwhelmed, especially if you are already relying on credit cards.
All right.
Legal rights, calling her assassinated husband's memorial an event of the century is a new form of grief that has never been seen before. Yeah, like I said, I'm done making excuses after she got caught red-handed, and everything I'm learning from the employees right now, like, she was very much involved in a lot of the PR stuff. I assumed everyone was just doing things and she was gathering herself and she was like at home in the fetal condition. Nope, she was in the office every day, and she was making informed decisions alongside Stacey Sheridan and Miss Marina Minas, who I need to take time to look into, who apparently, by the way, ironically, watches my show every day in the office. Turning Point USA watches this show live in the office and then fired someone for screenshotting the show in the office. I don't comprehend that. I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, let's get into some of your comments.
Why don't you hire her?
Episode. Kiki writes, Candace, what do you mean Erica said she was watching your show in the beginning and learning? Her husband was just murdered and she was waiting to tune into your next episode. She did not call and ask you for every detail. Be for real, Erica. She thinks we are dumb. Again, yes, in retrospect, I realized and have since learned that she did tell me a lot of fibs during our sit down. And the biggest one for me is just the consistent throwing Andrew Colvett under the bus, and then me learning that Andrew told the truth from other people. I was getting played. And I will own the fact that I was not in a position emotionally to contend with her acting in that manner at all. Obviously, I knew Charlie personally, so I was not, look, this story was not objective for me. This has been a subjective story. I was genuinely in grief, and my sister was correct when she said, you have suffered a trauma. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep. When I went to Wyoming, I was starting to go through the phase of bargaining, and
you had an
Charlie
interview.
Really was alive, like trying to find the part of the internet that would tell me that he was actually secretly alive. And I realized that that's not a good place to be in, and I need to take a break and to deal and get to the stage of acceptance. And I don't regret that it took me a while to even look at what other people were saying. I think I needed to believe that these were his real friends and that everything in his life was, I don't know what I needed to believe. I was going through my own process. I wasn't ready, and I am ready now because I don't like people lie to my face, and I don't like when people use a lot of money and PR agents, and I just feel foolish, to be honest with you. And then send me a cease and desist is crazy.
All right, y'all, real quick. Okay, I'm going to end that. I don't care. Candace, this was a wild interview. This is a wild video. That whole thing with trying to smear Erica as being callous and all that kind of stuff like that, I really truly believe that's going to backfire. I do believe that's going to backfire on her. And Jeremy Boring, okay, whatever. I mean, most of us don't really care about him. I mean, we're going to watch this interview that he did, but I don't think he's really that big of a deal. I don't think he's like that big of a person that we need to worry about. I think the problem is Candace is really offended by those Daily Wire. I think if they keep putting out those Daily Wire videos, which by the way are getting better and better, I think if they keep doing that, she's going to keep going after Jeremy Boring. All right. Let me go ahead real quick. Let me bring this in. I am going to bring this in. I'm going to go snag up my second born, and I'll be back. Everybody, I want to say thank you so much. And I will be addressing the supers as well. So y'all enjoy yourselves. Moderators, you all are running the ship as always. Thank you so very much. If you don't mind, green hearts in the chat when you can hear.
There's a huge civil war going on the right now. And the question is, what direction is the country going to go? I certainly think that hiring Candace is probably the biggest mistake of my professional life so far. I've asked Candace on 2 separate occasions, what do you actually believe? And on both occasions, she told me, I believe what the people believe. I am the voice of the people. But she's articulating audience capture as a virtue. She's now talking about doing expose documentaries on Charlie Kirk's widow. That is evil. I see a huge alignment between, Antifa thugs tearing down statues of Christopher Columbus and George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, and people on the so-called new right saying that Churchill is the chief villain of the Second World War, or that America shouldn't have used the atomic bomb to end the Second World War. That's just rhetorically tearing down our statues in the same way that Antifa is physically tearing down our statues. I think that Tucker is doing an enormous amount of damage to the Trump coalition.
Jeremy Boring, welcome to Trigonometry.
Man, happy to be here.
It's great to have you on. We've been meaning to have you on for the first time. In fact, I believe we're the first video interview you're doing since leaving the Daily Wire.
Yes, this is my first, believe you call them podcasts?
No, we call it the show. I don't know. Francis and I were talking about this the other day. Why do people still call these podcasts? It's like a full-on visual show, right?
Well, it's interesting. When we first started the Daily Wire with the Ben Shapiro Show and the Andrew Klavan Show, we shot the first 2 episodes on the same day with video. And it was important to us from the very beginning to be video first. And for the first 5 or 6 years after that we would go to the big podcast conferences, they would criticize us for having video. And they would say, well, you're not real podcasts if you're real podcasts are audio only. And then the last 3 or 4 years of going to podcast conferences, every single panel is how to add video to your podcast.
Right. Yeah. No, totally. we've always thought of Trigonometry as a show.
Of course.
I think podcast is a kind of legacy term, but we've got right into the conversation. We want to talk also about the Pendragon cycle, which is super exciting that you've just released. And you've got straight into the conversation we wanted to have first, which is about new media. There's something that you were kind of at the roots of from the very beginning. So talk to us about that and how you see the landscape, because obviously there's been a lot going on, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, when we started the Daily Wire in 2015, all of this was very new. Obviously, there were people involved on the right in America in new media long before we were. Andrew Breitbart, obviously a mentor to both Ben and I. Matt Drudge charging the way. You had the sort of bloggers who were really instrumental in fighting off a lot of early left-wing narratives online, like Little Green Footballs and some guys like that. But I think that what we really brought to the table was we were one of the first to really see the opening in social media, and we were the first to see the opportunity in podcasting, to see these two new areas, one which we thought could be incredibly effective for marketing and distribution, and the other which we thought could be a great medium for actually getting our message out. And we married those two things and had a huge amount of success in the early days, particularly around Facebook, because it was the Wild West back then. People particularly on our side weren't fast to adopt, and they were as consumers, of course, but not as content creators and marketers. And people on the other side hadn't figured out yet that we would become very good at it. So the sort of cancel culture and all of the tools that later were developed to try to limit the reach of conservatives in those spaces hadn't happened yet. And so the world was sort of our oyster. It was wide open in front of us, and we took it. I think one of my criticisms of conservatives, broadly speaking, is that we're typically so late to adopt new technologies and new opportunities when they present themselves. And that's interesting because we purport to really believe in free markets. We purport to believe in in the mechanism of profit motive, of incentive, of finding efficiencies in the market and taking them. But then we're also sort of constitutionally afraid of new technologies, afraid of of change. And so we sometimes allow the conservative part of our conservative DNA to sort of outvote the part of us that would be sort of economically motivated. And for that reason, we wind up not being players in some of the big areas. I think we're seeing it probably right now already in AI, but it was certainly true in social media at the very beginning. And I think that's one of the things that set Ben and I apart, is that we were either had the foresight to realize that there was an opportunity here, or had the foolishness not to realize that there were dragons. And so we just charged right off the map and went into that area.
Well, but what's happened since that time when you were early pioneers is I don't think there's any shortage of center-right voices now in new media.
Oh, no, we dominated.
And in fact, there's so many now that there is a civil war going on, I think it's fair to say, within it. And I imagine you have some insights on that, given that some of the big players are people that you've either worked with directly at the Daily Wire or just know through other ways.
Well, obviously the movement is small, and if you're in it for very long at all, you know everyone, as you guys, I'm certain, know everyone. And yeah, there's a huge civil war going on the right now. And in part, it's happening because Donald Trump is a one-term president. It's a unique thing in our history. There's only been one other example of non-consecutive terms for a second-term president. It essentially means Donald Trump was a lame duck from the day he was elected to this second term. Now, he's made a lot of moves to make that less true. He had a great, particularly around foreign policy, he had a great first year of his second term, which you might not always see from a second-term president. But you can tell that, the buzzards are circling. People understand that, a lot of a politician's power is in their ability to win the next election. Donald Trump doesn't have constitutionally the power to win the next election. And everybody wants now to define what's going to happen next in the conservative movement. And there's an opportunity for people to make a lot of money, an opportunity for people to seize a lot of power, an opportunity to advance new visions for what the future of conservatism in America and globally can be. And then there's structural issues around social media and how we're incentivized as creators of content within that framework. I think those two things and the sort of inherent problems in both are creating this really confluent moment where we see almost open civil war, and in some cases very open civil war on the right, as people are both trying to make money, build their own brands, and compete for actual true political power in a post-Trump world, which is rapidly approaching. We'll have our midterms this year, and then you will immediately be in the next presidential cycle. I mean, starting in 2027, we'll be trying to figure out who the next president of the United States is going to be. And because we know it can't be Donald Trump, the question is, what direction is the country going to go?
It's very difficult, isn't it, Jeremy, to remain pure in inverted commas, or to have your intentions remain pure when you've got so many, how can I put this, competing incentives when you're a podcaster or you have a company like the Daily Wire. How do you ensure that the choices you make are the right ones?
Well, you can't ensure that your choices are always going to be the right ones. And you probably have to accept in life that some of your choices will be the wrong ones, both because you're reacting to incentives, because at times you have limited information, because at times, all sin falls short of the glory of God. We certainly made our share of mistakes at the Daily Wire during my tenure. I think we hit a lot more than we missed. But when you're a big company and when you're helping people navigate the complexities of worldview, of politics, of even theology, your misses are consequential, and some of our misses were quite consequential. I think, though, that to your question, one has to have a vision for what it is that they're trying to accomplish, and one has to rightly order their priorities. Of course, we all have a lot of competing priorities. The Daily Wire was deliberately set up to be a for-profit organization because part of our premise in setting up the company was recognizing that conservatives too often rely on nonprofit mechanisms to promulgate their worldview, while the left, which purports to hate market economics, almost exclusively uses for-profit institutions to promulgate their worldview. So, by our own definition, we chose the less efficient and therefore less successful mechanism. We wanted Daily Wire to be a corrective to that from the very beginning, which necessarily means that making money has to be a high priority. But making money can never be the highest priority. When you're ordering the priorities of a company like the Daily Wire, when you're ordering the priorities of a business like the business you have with Trigonometry, you have to keep the mission as your number one priority, because definitionally all the other priorities will subordinate to it. If you ever find yourself making profit or audience growth the number one priority, then necessarily the mission will subordinate itself to that priority. And that's when you start making really cynical decisions. And in my experience, I've made cynical decisions, of course, in my career. Every time I make a cynical decision, it's come back to bite me. I think that that's not true if you are a cynical person. I mean, there is a lane for the pure cynic. I call it the grift industrial complex.
Yeah.
Beware the grift industrial complex. It's real. It can be incredibly lucrative, and it can be incredibly rewarding too in terms of the feedback that you get from audience. If you tell people what they want to hear, they are always very happy with you. If you tell people always what they want to hear, they reward you financially. They reward you, by clicking and by liking, by giving you that affirmation and that dopamine. And pretty soon that becomes the thing that you serve. Pretty soon you don't wield cynicism. Cynicism wields you over time. I think we see a lot of people falling into that trap right now.
Well, we absolutely do. And I mean, let's talk about it. I mean, one of the people who is at the forefront of the movement that you've just talked about, let's call it the grift industrial complex, is Candace Owens. When Candace worked for you, do you sometimes look back at the decision and think that wasn't a good one when she was working at The Wire?
Yeah, well, I certainly think that hiring Candace is probably the biggest mistake of my professional life so far. At the time, I had misgivings about Candace, but it wasn't a completely cynical decision. I believed that Candace could be a great force for good in the world. I still believe that. Candace is the most talented person I've ever met, not just in conservative media, but in any media. She has it. She has that star quality. You know it the moment that you meet her. Unbelievable charm, unbelievable charisma. The camera absolutely loves her. She has incredibly unique gifts and skills in that area. And when she wields those gifts and skills for good, she's incredibly effective. She was during the BLM movement in America. Some of the content that we made when we first brought Candace on was focused on that topic, and I think she was as good as anybody in the world and made a really positive impact. I've said before, Candace is like nuclear energy. If you harness it properly, she can power a city. If you lose control, she'll flatten the city. And I think that's what we're seeing now. Candace, all those same gifts that she has at various times used for good, she's now using for ill. And there's no one better. The problem is, if what you're pursuing is bad and you're the best at it, you're going to do an incredible amount of damage, and Candace is doing an incredible amount of damage.
Do you think one of the things that, and I've talked about this quite a bit in the past, you talked about the camera liking people, etc. We are in the business where charisma is so over-indexed that people very often will confuse charisma with accuracy. They will say, well, this person's very charismatic, therefore what they're saying is true. And that seems to be a big problem. I don't know I don't know how much of a problem it is on the left, but within the right-wing media ecosystem, there just seems to be the sense that if you get someone charismatic saying something shit crazy, that seems to get millions of views. Is there something about the conservative mindset, or is there something about the way people think about that they're particularly susceptible, or am I being unfair and are people on the left just the same?
Well, of course, people on the left are susceptible to this. There's a reason that every actor in Hollywood, they are who they are because they have star power. They have gotten the platforms that they have because they're incredibly charismatic and great on screen and great at telling stories. And they're all shit crazy, and they've been promulgating a horrible worldview for decades. So of course that's a problem on the left. It manifests itself differently on the right, though, because the left has almost hegemonic representation among the instruments of popular culture, and has for the lifetime of just about anyone who could be watching this now. And so for that reason, a lot of their audience capture happened in places that were less consequential. It happened in narrative fiction. I say less consequential, and probably it's actually more consequential over time, but less sort of urgent than, say, someone like Candace Owens might be. And so you just don't see it in the same way, because your average interaction with, say, a radically left-wing Hollywood actor isn't them telling you their opinion. It's them performing a role or playing a part. Because the right was sort of boxed out of that, the major apparatus of culture formation for the last several decades, we found, in part because of the work of Daily Wire and in part because of the work of others, we found these alternative lanes which are much more direct, talking into the camera, saying what you believe. And so that's where we've actually built our audiences. That's the kind of trust that was placed in us from day one. And so I think you see the abuse of it a lot more clearly on the right. And there may be something in the sort of conservative mindset that makes us more susceptible to, say, conspiracy theory. When you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. When I had a teacher in high school who had a poster on the wall that said, "Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you."
I think that's a Nixon quote.
It's a Nixon quote.
Yeah,
it is, yeah. It's a great Nixon quote. But that is a conservative kind of point of view, that because we are in a sort of bunker mentality, we are hard done by, and we are beset, and so you do begin to see probably threats that aren't there.
Patterns that aren't there. I mean, I think that's probably part of the bunker mindset is well put, because I think a lot of it is, there's a sort of feeling on the right that I certainly see, that people feel like the world is moving in a direction they really don't like. And therefore there must be a small group of people that are in charge of this process.
With very tiny hats.
Ideally with very tiny hats. But actually, you could see this happening even before the explosion in anti-Semitism that we've seen recently. There was, they were looking for a framework to explain everything. The theory of everything is a small number of people have got together and they've decided to ruin our lives, which I think is a simplistic explanation of this thing. Why is that so? I mean, I guess throughout history, that's been a very appealing way of looking at things, right?
Yeah, well, of course, because most people either don't have a lot of power or perceive themselves not to have a lot of power. And I actually think the latter is the more dangerous phenomenon that we're dealing with right now. And so the assumption is that somebody has to be in charge. Somebody has to be running it. It obviously isn't me. I'm not getting the things that I want. The world isn't working out the way that I think that it should. So it must be working out the way someone else thinks that it should. Of course, the reality is that if you've ever met anyone in government.
Yeah.
Now, it's also funny to me that, the billionaire who's been famous literally as long as I've been alive with a gold toilet on his personal 767 is somehow not a part of whatever the ruling elite is, even in his second term as president of the United States. So I think all of these sort of Illuminati elite, kind of conspiratorial views do fall apart upon contact with with the real world. But that's not to say that there aren't actual conspiracies, and actual conspiracies do make it harder to debunk the concept of the conspiracy theory. And one of the, perhaps the biggest reason we're living through what we're living through right now is because of COVID-19, because of the reaction of the governments of the world to this novel coronavirus. It was, one of the most formative, especially for this young generation. Imagine being in high school and being sent home for a year or 2 years, or in some cases 3 years, because of a disease that did not affect you. Demographically, you are unaffected. And then learning over time how much of it was overreaction, and that's generous. How much of it was opportunistic, and that's probably the most true case, and how much of it was downright cynical and a power grab by governments. And I think that's probably true in some aspects of it. But you take all of that together and now tell people that conspiracy theories aren't real. And well, it's a losing argument, because we just lived through, one of the great conspiracies really in human history. And it, of course, we're going to be dealing with the damage of that overreach by governments for the rest of our lives. It was a generationally consequential event. I try to be very careful and guarded with my language. I never want to say because of the coronavirus or because of COVID-19, because of course none of these things are because of COVID-19. They're all because of the reaction of governments and media organizations and the apparatus of popular culture, which are almost completely dominated by the left, to seize power, seize economic opportunity, and in some cases just panic and overreact. I mean, sometimes there is no, obviously, conspiracy except stupidity. But I don't see how we, in the short term, easily overcome the psychological damage done to free people across the West by our governments in relation to COVID.
It's such a profound point, and because I have this joke which is we all treated COVID like a bad one-night stand. Well, we're just going to walk away, go, no, that never happened. I never said this. I never did that, and we're just all going to walk away and pretend like it was just one big dream.
Yeah, super normal to lock children in their houses for 3 years. Couldn't possibly be a consequence for taking people in the most socially formative years of their lives and putting them behind a computer where their only interaction with other human beings is digital interaction. All going to work out fine.
Universities are a bad deal. 6 figures of debt for a bachelor's degree that signals less every year. 4 years spent navigating ideological rules instead of learning how to think. Grades are inflated, standards are lowered, and dissent is punished. We call it higher education, but it's mostly expensive daycare with a credential attached. The University of Austin, also known as UATX, is different. Admissions at UATX are based on test scores alone. No essays, no resumes, nobody cares who your parents know. If you're smart enough, you're in. UATX students turned down UChicago and fled Barnard to complete a demanding great books core, including Aristotle, Shakespeare, Tocqueville, alongside real math, science, economics, and AI. Classes are small. Professors actually know your name. Grades aren't padded. Excellence is measured and rewarded. From day one, students work directly with top founders, investors, and institutions, building companies, doing serious research, and landing real internships. And here's the part that changes everything. There is no tuition. Thanks to private donors, every UATX student graduates debt-free, free to take risks, start companies, and build a life instead of paying off loans. If you want a credential, look elsewhere. If you want a serious education that actually prepares you to lead, apply to the University of Austin. Visit uaustin.org. That's uaustin.org.
One of the things that I wanted to talk to you about is we talked a little bit about, touched on it, almost like charisma. I've got this theory, and I'd be very interested to hear your view on it, having worked with actors and influencers. To me, charisma and mental illness are kind of almost intrinsically linked. And I'll tell you why. Because when you see someone in real life and you talk to them, and I've seen this with a lot of actors, I'm like, oh my God, this guy's crazy. You put a camera on him, boom, it's charisma. That edge, that I don't know which way he or she is going to go. In real life, you're like, that's scary. On camera, that's magic.
Yeah, well, I think of it as, in aerodynamic terms, there's a concept called aerodynamic instability, right? That you want your fighter jets to be unstable. Dynamic instability, I think they call it. because the whole point of a fighter jet is that when it's in a dogfight, it has to very quickly move. And as it turns out, an airplane is designed not to do that. The whole purpose of an airplane is to go straight for a long time. It's not like the movies. You know, I mean, if you were ever on a giant jumbo jet and all the engines went out, do you know what would happen? Almost nothing. You would go, because the wings are doing the work, right? Now, you will eventually crash because there's not enough thrust to create lift. But those wings are going to keep you, it's not like you just go into the ground. No, you'll go straight for a long time. The pilots will have a ton of time to try to find some place where they can put down safely, because a plane is meant to be very aerodynamically stable. But a fighter jet, no. A fighter jet, if the engine goes out, it crashes into the ground instantly, because it needs all of that thrust of those giant jet engines to keep it going straight, because at any moment it could want to go in a different direction. And so what makes a great fighter jet a great fighter jet, what makes a great rock star a great rock star, what makes a great actor or public speaker or show host charismatic and great, is dynamic instability. It is that very idea that at any moment, right when you think you've got them in your crosshairs, they're going in a completely different direction. You know, so yeah, I think I've never heard anyone kind of frame it up as mental illness, but it's probably true.
So wait,
we're not the sanest bunch.
I'm offended here because you're either saying I'm not charismatic or mentally ill. Which one is it? Maybe both.
Maybe a little bit of both. But that's fine for an actor. That's fine for a comedian. That's fine for, you know, a rock star. I kind of want my rock stars to be on edge. I don't want my rock star to go home or to go to a hotel and have a cup of cocoa in an early night. I want him to be out living my dreams, right?
Yeah.
My political influences? I don't want my political influences to be like that. I want my political influences to be like someone like Ben. I may disagree with Ben on certain things, but I know that he's consistent, he's logical, the same with Constantine. But when you have political influences like Candace,
Not done on camera.
like Candace and Tucker, that's another package entirely, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I'd be careful about conflating Candace with Tucker. You know, Candace Owens is engaged in as I see it, Candace is engaged in a project of self-aggrandizement. I've asked Candace on 2 separate occasions, what do you actually believe? And on both occasions, she told me, I believe what the people believe. I am the voice of the people. Now, never mind that that's a completely amoral statement. Never mind that I don't know who the people are in this conversation. Never mind that the people, whoever they are, can obviously be wrong. Candace is actually saying something somewhat profound. She's saying, I will say whatever gets the most reward. She may not even know that that's what she's saying, but she's articulating audience capture as a virtue. Tucker Carlson, I don't believe Tucker Carlson's engaged in audience capture. I think Tucker Carlson is part of a small cohort of people. Cohort includes Marjorie Taylor Greene. Cohort includes Steve Bannon. Cohort includes Nick Fuentes, although I'm not saying that Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson believe all of the same things. But these are people engaged in an actual political project. You know, these are people who are engaged in trying to create a new American majority premised on left-wing economic populism and right-wing social populism. You can say what you want about that, whether it's good or bad. You can say what you want about it, but it is a political enterprise. They believe that they can create a majority and that majority can rule the country. And it's a new vision in terms of the ruling class in our country. You know, it's not that there's never been people who put forward that vision, but it's never been as poised to seize actual political power as it is right now in the hands of those of that group of people. So I don't, you know, some of the sort of superficial qualities look the same, but I don't think it actually is the same. Candace is not engaged in a political project. Tucker Carlson is very much engaged in a political project.
So flesh out the political project. Left-wing economic populism, that is protectionism at home, redistribution of wealth.
Yes.
Protection of the ordinary man against the corporate powers, etc., that kind of stuff. And on the right, it would be a kind of nativist, identitarian worldview, or tell us more.
Yeah, I think you summed it up well. I would add that on the right, it's also conservative social policy. I mean, you'll hear Tucker when he talks about Maduro, and he'll say things like, "Well, he may be a communist. I don't know if he is a communist. He may be a communist, but he outlawed gay marriage in his country, and he outlawed abortion in his country." I think Tucker has rightly recognized that right-wing social policy tends to be very popular among working people. He's also recognized that redistribution of wealth, people like getting checks, people like, and it's also very easy, especially in the wake of COVID, I think, and in the wake of other sort of failures of whatever the elite is. I don't think that there is a, sort of secret cabal of Jewish billionaires running the world or anything, but obviously there is sort of a ruling class. There is a sort of, people who have more power or more agency in the country than others. And I think he realizes that because that group is necessarily small and because envy and resentment are very real parts of man's nature, it's always easy to stir people up economically against that group. Even when that group, which in the case of Tucker, it's funny because a lot of the sort of tech billionaires agree with Tucker's political project. But nevertheless, it's very easy to get the bulk of people angry at that group of people. Angry at unchecked immigration, which you should be angry at unchecked immigration, angry at the excesses of the left's social policy over the last 50 years, angry about the divorce rates in the country, about the illegitimacy rates in the country, the fatherhood crisis happening in the country, the collapse of masculinity that's happening in the West. Those are all, each and every one, real problems. If you marry these things together, perhaps there's a majority that will have a politics that's new. When Tucker says, I'll end with this. When Tucker says, J.D. Vance and Marjorie Taylor Greene and I can change the foreign policy of this country. Well, believe him, he's telling you what his project is. He's trying to change the sort of historic politics of the country. That's it. Candace isn't.
Well, it's a very good distinction you make. And I suppose, if you take it at the level of being angry at certain things that have been done, there is a majority of people, not just in America, I think across the Western world actually, who are rightly, I think, frustrated with open border immigration policies, the destruction of masculinity as a positive force in the world. I think it's atrocious and has been horrific for our societies, and on many other things. And that's not something that even right-wing people or left-wing people have to agree. It's a kind of a majority opinion.
It's a majority opinion.
And lots of other things we could talk about. My issue, I suppose, is more about whether being angry about stuff becomes a productive force or whether it remains a destructive force. Because if you don't convert anger into solutions that are forward-looking, then all you're doing is stirring people up for, and you talk about Candace being self-aggrandizing. Well, as you said, there's the incentive structure in the media game. I always tell this story and we joke about this. So when Francis and I first started trigonometry, had a girlfriend, a very smart woman. And whenever we used to complain about the state of the world, or look, this thing happened or that thing happened, she'd always say to us, look, whatever's bad for the world is good for trigonometry, right? And in the media game, ultimately, that is unfortunately true. And so stirring people up to be angry while offering no practical solutions is a perfectly good game plan if what you're trying to do is make money, build a platform, make a bigger audience for yourself, etc. Is there a constructive vision behind all of this, or is it more of just a destructive force at this point?
Again, I just wouldn't conflate the two categories. The grift industrial complex and the people who belong to that category probably don't care about the political outcome. They, as you say, whatever is bad for the world is good for the bottom line. Whatever's bad for the world is good for the subscriber count. Whatever's bad for the world is good for my engagement. The people engaged in the political project that I suggested, they do have a constructive vision. I'm using constructive here in definitionally, not connotatively. I don't think that it's constructive. I think it's a bad vision. But it is a vision to seize power and remake the world order. It is a vision to end the post-war consensus. It is a vision to have a post-liberal West. At the fringes, they talk about this fairly openly, post-liberalism, and sort of a reduction in human freedom because they blame human freedom for the excesses of the West over the last generation or two generations. And this is why I see a huge alignment between, Antifa thugs tearing down statues of Christopher Columbus and George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, and people on the so-called new right saying that Churchill is the chief villain of the Second World War, or that America shouldn't have used the atomic bomb to end the Second World War, or that America didn't walk on the moon, or that 9/11 was an inside job. That's just rhetorically tearing down our statues in the same way that Antifa is physically tearing down our statues. It's saying that the narrative structure on which the country is premised, or more broadly, the West is premised, our sort of shared legacy was either a lie told by evil men to gain power over you, or in some cases it was, I'll say that essentially they're saying that those structures were a lie, and therefore there is nothing to conserve. That's why I think it's a fundamentally anti-conservative proposition. It's a very radical and reactionary proposition. It's saying everything that has been great about the country was wrong. All of our greatest achievements were actually immoral. Because when you have a sort of national identity, that national identity, as it turns out, is an immune system against tyranny. If you want to bring about a tyrannical, post-liberal, authoritarian order, you have to get rid of that underlying narrative, that story that people tell themselves that allows them to see themselves as free, to see themselves as being on the side of freedom, to see themselves as being on the side of human advancement and human flourishing. So it is constructive insofar as they are constructing a new governing philosophy and implementing it. I think it's destructive in the sense that I think everything that actually is good and true about our role in the world is the very thing that will be the first casualty of this new political project.
New year, new systems, right? This is the time when we all look at the messier parts of our business and think there has to be a better way. And there is. Streamlining your communications is one of the quickest and easiest upgrades you can make. That's why today's episode is brought to you by Quo, spelled Q-U-O, the smarter way to run your business communications. A missed call is money out of the door. Quo helps you and your team share one business number, reply faster, and stay on top of every customer conversation, so you never miss an opportunity to connect with your customers. Your entire team can handle calls and texts from one shared number with a full conversation thread visible to everyone. Quo works wherever you are, right from an app on your phone or computer. It lets you keep your existing number and makes it easy to add teammates or new numbers as your business grows. And Quo isn't just a phone system. Quo's AI automatically logs calls, generates summaries, and highlights next steps so nothing gets lost. It can even respond after hours, keeping your business responsive when you're offline. Make this the year when no opportunity and no customer slips away. Try Quo for free, plus get 20% off your first 6 months when you go to quo.com/trig. That's QUO.com/TRIG. Quo, no missed calls, no missed customers. Well, you say that they're having an impact, though I don't remember the exact word you used, and you mentioned J.D. Vance. I mean, so far the Trump administration's foreign policy has been an utter repudiation of that entire worldview, I would argue. But do you see J.D. Vance as a champion of that movement and potentially taking over and implementing that vision? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I think that J.D. Vance is a unique figure in my lifetime in American politics because he plays it incredibly close. I don't know, and I think very few people know what J.D. Vance, what his actual political North Star is. Tucker Carlson claims him when he says Marjorie Taylor Greene, J.D. Vance, and I will change the foreign policy, or can change the foreign policy of this country. That's one side claiming J.D. Vance. Now, do they actually have a claim on J.D. Vance? I don't know that they do. I think one has to look at the fact that JD has apparently a very close relationship with Tucker, that he has not repudiated Tucker, as Tucker's rhetoric has gotten more and more and more outside of any sort of traditional American conservatism. and ask themselves why. Why does JD remain so close to Tucker? I think it's premature to say it's because he is a part of that new political project. I think it's just as likely that it's a sense of loyalty. JD owes a lot of his political career to Tucker. Tucker took a bet on JD Vance when very few other people would, both in his run for Senate and in helping, by all accounts, helping point Donald Trump toward the idea of selecting JD as his running mate. It may be out, and listen, I respect that. Friendship is actually a really important concept to me. I think,
and gratitude and loyalty.
Gratitude and loyalty are very important values. I don't think that we should, there's sort of this other debate on the right, and people who I normally align with very much, people who I respect greatly, like Dennis Prager, Ben, have made the case recently that friendship should not trump people who are in our business actually holding other people to account for the things that they say. And I think that is, I understand why they've taken that view. And I think there's a lot of truth to the view, but I don't think that the view is entirely true. I think friendship should cause us to give people a lot of latitude, a lot of rope, to try to deal with things privately before we try to deal with them publicly. I mean, friendship is an incredibly important virtue, right? And of course, friendship can't ultimately prevent us from being publicly critical when we've exhausted all these other mechanisms. So probably I have a more nuanced perspective on that maybe than some others, but all of that to say, yes, maybe that's why J.D. Vance seems so aligned with Tucker. And if so, understandable. There's also a political reality. J.D. Vance has to keep together the Trump coalition in order to have a chance to be president in 3 years. And that means that he probably, politically from his point of view, needs all the people who listen to Tucker just as much as he needs all the people who listen to Ben Shapiro. Donald Trump, particularly in 2020 and 2024, did a great job of building that coalition. I think, and others have said as much, so this is not an original thought, I think that Tucker is doing an enormous amount of damage to the Trump coalition. And I think that will become a political liability if left unchecked for J.D. Vance. But right now, if I'm J.D. Vance, I can understand politically why you wouldn't want to get into the business of dividing up the coalition, drawing lines, which makes it harder, presumably, to become the next president. Or he's actually a part of their political project. It could be any of those three things. And I think that only time is going to help us understand which of those three things it is. But I think it would be cynical to assume right out of the gate that just because J.D. Vance is friends with Tucker Carlson, and just because Tucker Carlson claims J.D. Vance, that's politically advantageous for Tucker Carlson to do, right? That doesn't mean that J.D. Vance is a part of Tucker Carlson's political project. And obviously, I certainly hope he's not. I think that, sometimes it's easy to say, well, Donald Trump, poor Donald Trump, what a buffoon that he chose J.D. Vance, and J.D. is actually part of this project to take apart his coalition, and he only picked J.D. Vance because Tucker Carlson told him to. And that's sort of like saying George W. Bush only invaded Iraq because the Jews told him to. It's like, you don't become the president of the United States and not have your own judgment and your own opinions. I like to think that probably Donald Trump isn't some puppet that can be wielded by other nefarious political actors. He chose J.D. Vance in the end, maybe on Tucker's recommendation, but he chose him. I'd like to think that he believes, therefore, that J.D. Vance can be a good steward of the coalition that Trump built.
We've been talking about this movement, and I'm loving the conversation. We've talked about the intellectual side of it, the political side of it, but I think there's one element that we haven't spoken about, which is the spiritual, religious side of it. A lot of these people in this movement are Christians. They're very, very devout Christians, or hardline, however you want to describe it. And when they talk about America, it's almost, to me, like they're talking about a modern-day Sodom and Gomorrah. And the only way to deal with a Sodom and Gomorrah is what God did, which was to burn it to the ground.
Fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, listen, there is a religious component to a lot of what's happening. People like Nick Fuentes like to lead with Christ as King as a sort of tribal rally cry, right? Rallying cry. I think that that's anathema to I think what they're actually, the term Christ is King is not anathema to Christianity or the gospel message. But what they are admittedly doing by invoking the term Christ is King is, Nick Fuentes is very clear about what he's doing when he uses Christ is King. He chose a rallying cry that would exclude Jews. That's why he chose it. So therefore, Christ is King is a way of excluding Jews from the political project that he's engaged in creating. I think that is anathema to the gospel. I think it's using the name of the Lord in vain. I've said as much publicly before. I think one should be very careful about wielding the name of God for personal or tribal gain. Does that mean that so that is a religious component to what's happening. And where there is religion, there is a spiritual component as well. Because I say that as a believer. I'm a Christian. I therefore believe that when one invokes Christ, they're invoking something real. Now, whether they have the power to actually make such an invocation, your mileage may vary, but they're certainly playing with forces, Hamlet might say, there are more things in heaven and earth than are present in our philosophy, right? Like they're playing with something that's real, whether they think it's real or not. But I don't think that it is. Sometimes you just talk because it's your turn to talk, and what you should really do is think for a second. What I would say is the language of religion is being used right now to the benefit of people who, as far as I can see, do not have, are not engaged in a project that's consistent with the gospel of Christ. But it is very powerful tribal language. They're wielding sort of elemental forces that have existed in all cultures throughout time, and in the case of Christianity, I believe forces that are quite true. And they're wielding them for personal gain and to great effect because they are greatly effective tools. I don't think that what's being expressed is any sort of true Christian religion, and I don't think that the fruit that will be born out of this political project is fruit that's consistent with any sort of Christian fruit, as might be described in Scripture. But they're giving God quite a bad name at the moment by using him in the way that they are.
Because to me, as somebody who was raised Catholic, I went to Catholic school from the age of 4 right through to the age of 18, Jesuit school, so I know a little bit about Christianity and Catholicism in particular. It seems to me an incredibly vengeful movement.
Oh, yeah.
And that is not corresponding with the teachings of Jesus Christ, as I was
very
taught.
Old Testament.
Yeah.
Well, I would say that a big part of what's happening is a sort of, I don't mean this in the church sense of schism, because of course Protestants and Catholics are in schism. But I mean in a political sense, there's an effort to create schism between Catholics and Protestants, particularly in America, because Protestants in America are supportive of the state of Israel, broadly speaking. And this sort of trad Catholic movement that's very popular in the country right now among this group of people in particular, young, male, Gen Z men, white men, are being really drawn to Catholicism, in part because of the failures of American evangelicalism over the last 20, 25 years. And in part because of the excesses of what they would say are the excesses of liberalism, right, over the last 40 years. They're being drawn to something that's more liturgical, that's older, that's more structured, that's more that emphasizes works more than it emphasizes vagaries like faith, what they might perceive as vagaries like faith. They want something that they can do, something they can belong to. They want to be part of a tribe. Not everything about tribalism is bad. We do belong to tribes, but they want that sense of feeling and purpose. They've been ostracized from the country in which they are the historic majority. They've been told every day that everything that's wrong with the world is because of them, when of course that can't possibly be true. They've been children for most of the time they've been on the planet. And so they're drawn to things that feel to them substantive. And, of course, Catholicism is not anti-Semitic. But Catholicism has had struggles with anti-Semitism throughout history, struggles that have been addressed even in the 20th century by the church, that they've acknowledged and that they've taken enormous, I think, steps to try to mitigate against. A lot of these young Catholics in the country right now are sort of evoking a Catholicism before those changes were made. And I think it's just sort of, I think that it's a confluence, as we were discussing earlier. It's kind of this moment where the appeal of trad Catholicism is connected to the fear of these conspiracies, is connected to the blaming of a smaller and smaller group, which eventually ends up with the smallest group, which is Jews. A skepticism and sort of aversion to the idea that there are powerful elites who run things. I think that all that has sort of conflated in this moment where there is this tribal, spiritual, and very Catholic move. I say very Catholic not because it's broadly, not because Catholicism is broadly this, but because this is broadly Catholic, if that makes sense. And it's an open effort to separate off Protestants from political power on the right. When Tucker Carlson says that he hates Christian Zionists more than he hates anyone, he walked that back. But what he is talking about is Protestants in the country. He's saying the people who have historically voted Republican in the country aren't the Republicans that we want as part of this new conservative right-wing coalition. And so there is this very religious component to it all. I don't think that it's being motivated by religion. I don't think that what's happening is an expression of religion in the country. But I think religion is being used as a tool. This kind of goes to a broader thing that I think about, which is both for audience capture, both for overthrowing liberal democracy and ushering in a more authoritarian form of government in the country, both for getting clicks and getting views, both cynicism, both anti-Semitism, which is being wielded by so many people, left and right now. In all of these instances, people are, I think, trying to wield evil as a tool to advance their agendas. And what they're missing is that you cannot wield evil. You are the tool that's wielded by evil. Everybody thinks that they can kind of ironically, or, well, I'm smart, I can use these tools, but they won't impact me. But you can't. You grew up Catholic. Like, evil is an active force, not a passive force. Evil can be personified. It has opinions. It has agenda, and it gets the final vote when you start trying to wield it for your own personal gain. I think we see that so clearly with what Candace has become. I mean, she's now, talking about doing expose documentaries on Charlie Kirk's widow. That is evil. Is Candace evil? I'm not the judge of Candace's soul, but Candace is doing evil. And she's doing evil, I think, because she cynically believed that and maybe still believes that she can wield these evil tools to her own gain. And that works in the short term sometimes. It doesn't ever work in the long term.
No, because what you're talking about fundamentally is your soul.
Yeah, that's right.
I spend a stupid amount of time at a desk, writing, researching, and prepping for trigonometry episodes. After a while, I realized the setup I had just wasn't good enough. The wobble, the wrong height, the back pain. If your desk is making your day worse, you feel it. That's what's pushed me to upgrade properly. Anyone who works long hours knows that sitting all day is brutal. You need a workspace that adapts to you, not the other way around. That's why I switched to the E7 Pro from FlexiSpot. The E7 Pro is built for people who actually use their desk properly. It has a 440-pound static load capacity, a height range from 25 inches up to just over 50 inches, and a dual motor 3-stage leg system that keeps the whole thing rock solid even at full height. You can tap on it, lean on it, or load it with your gear and it doesn't wobble. I tested it the way any normal person would. No movement, no flex, no irritation. It's the first desk I've had that feels genuinely stable. And with a 15-year warranty and a 30-day risk-free return, they clearly trust their own build quality. If you want a better workspace for yourself, something that actually fits your body and your day, check out the E7 Pro from FlexiSpot. Go to flexispot.com and use our code TRIGGER30 to save an extra $30. They also offer special discounts for medical workers, students, graduates, teachers, and military personnel. That site again is flexispot.com, or click the link in the description of this episode. Every day as a human being, you have a choice whether to do the right thing or to do the thing that will serve you in the short term. But ultimately, the thing that will serve you in the short term will ultimately lead to somewhere you really don't want to be. And the problem is, and we've touched on this before, is we have now got a media ecosystem that incentivizes the short term. It incentivizes the clicks so that you can make those short-term choices. But eventually what you end up as is something deeply awful in the way that human cells can mutate and turn into cancer cells. And it seems to me we need to have this conversation, which is when we look at our influencers, do we go, is this politics or is this entertainment? Because I talk to a lot of people who go, you know what, I listen to Candace Owens and I watch her and I love her and I go, and I'm like, why? And they go, I know she's mad, but it's fun and it's entertaining. And you go, so what is she? Is it politics? Is it entertainment? Nick Fuentes, is it politics or entertainment? Tucker is far more to the political side, that's clear. But there's this whole raft of other people, and you can't actually understand or pigeonhole what they are. And you get this with other people as well. People who go, oh, Bassem Youssef, former guest on the show, talks about Gaza. When he's exposed, he goes, I'm just a clown.
Clown nose on.
Yeah, clown nose on. Politics or entertainment? What is it? What are you?
Well, again, on the specifics, I think Nick Fuentes is engaged in a great political project. I think he's a formidable opponent for anyone who believes in human freedom. But yes, for many on the sort of grift industrial complex side of things, it is primarily entertainment. And, you know, you say people tell you that they listen to Candace. I had a guy tell me recently, he said, you know, what should I say to my wife? You know, she keeps telling me about things that she hears Candace say, and I don't even know how to respond to them. I said, well, I would just respond by telling her fun things that you saw in some porno video that you watched. He said, whoa, what are you talking about? I said, well, the same level of shame should accompany both statements. Like, one should be ashamed to say publicly that they're watching Candace Owens now. And Candace Owens, who is at war with the widow of her purported best friend, Charlie Kirk. This is so far beyond the pale. You know, the fact that people can say with a straight face, oh, yeah, well, what do you make of what Candace said? What I make of it is that it is a kind of pornography. It is rhetorical pornography. It does the same thing that regular pornography does. It titillates, it stimulates, it's slightly naughty. It's great for getting clicks, and it makes tons of money on the internet. And you shouldn't be able to look at it if you're under 18. Or
well, it's interesting. I'm curious about the political project side of things, because I think it's fair to say, actually, that, you know, what you call the grift industrial complex, there have always been people, and the more attention they can get, the more crazy stuff they'll say. And that is something, actually, you know, we can talk about the influences. I honestly think it comes down to personal responsibility. You as an individual have a choice about whether you consume this or not. And pornography is the same. I don't want to ban pornography. Does it mean I think people should consume as much of it as possible? No. Right? And there's a lot of room for personal responsibility within this. This is one of the things that people like us get accused of, is like, we want to censor these. I don't want to censor anyone. Yeah. I am just saying that it's like, I don't want to prevent McDonald's from being sold. I'm just saying McDonald's is probably not good for you. You know, or as good for you as other food, at least. I'm going to get sued by McDonald's. Anyway, you get my point. But the political side of it is interesting, because I think whatever we may say about the direction that these people want to take the West in. I think many of the critiques of the status quo, as we've discussed before, are actually quite legitimate. And James Orr, who we've had on the show, who's now a big influence within reform, but he's very good friends with J.D. Vance, as I'm sure you know. He's one of the smartest people I've ever met, one of the best people I've ever met too. When he was on the show, he talked about the fact that in his view, or at least the view he was putting forward, woke is the inevitable consequence of liberalism. And so if you hate woke, as I think we all do, his argument will be, well, you have to look at where it came from. And therefore, this calling for a post-liberal worldview and post-liberal order is a natural reaction, I think, to that. So why are they wrong?
Well, they're not wrong in diagnosing that we have a problem. I think that they're wrong in that they remove human agency. You know, all these sort of isms are looking for an original sin. You know, communism says the original sin is class. And libertarianism says the original sin is government coercion. And, you know, this new right says the original sin is liberalism. But of course, the original sin is original sin. Original sin is pride and the fall in the garden and the thing that leads to all of the other problems that these people are trying to diagnose as the problem. But where I find fault with that is that it removes any agency after the problem. You know, people will say, I supported the Iraq War in my early 20s. Now people will say, well, obviously the Iraq War went very poorly. And so people will say, well, was it a mistake to invade Iraq? And their evidence that it was a mistake will be a bunch of things that happened that they basically imply were inevitable once the decision to go to Iraq was made. But it wasn't inevitable that we would send too few troops. It wasn't inevitable that we would disband the Ba'athist army, and therefore there'd be nobody to hold the country. It wasn't inevitable that Barack Obama would win the presidency 2 presidential elections later, running on a promise to pull all the troops out of Iraq no matter what, and then did so, which gave rise to ISIS and required us to send troops back in and retake cities that we'd already taken. None of those things were inevitable. Those were other decisions that also got made. To actually get to the heart of, was it a mistake to go to Iraq? You almost have to ask that question after working your way backward through all the other mistakes. And I would say the same of liberalism. We live in a world of problems. Many of those problems you can trace back to, you know, the Enlightenment and the beginning of the sort of liberal movement in the West. But at each one of those points along the way, humans, fallen from the actual original sin, were making any number of decisions that all compiled to bring us to this moment that we're in. And it was not necessary. I just can't say that there was only one thing there was only one moment of true human agency that ever existed. And it was the moment that your political philosophy got inspired by. Oh yeah, man. Yeah. Just if Caveman Joe had never had, 2 rocks when Caveman Tom only had 1 rock, then we wouldn't have all these problems today. I don't buy that kind of an argument. We have the excesses of the liberal order today that we're rightly trying to figure out how to deal with. I don't think that one has to go all the way back and say liberalism itself has failed. Liberalism just means human freedom. Human freedom has not failed. Human freedom is consistent with the gospel. It's for freedom that Christ has made you free. The idea of man's relationship to God being governed by law, as it turns out, was never God's actual design to be fulfilled in man. And so he brought about human freedom in Christ. And that's a picture of what's also true in government. The liberal order also gave us everything, like the entire modern world, to say, well, we have to get rid of the thing that has allowed us to lift billions of people out of poverty, that's allowed us to create these unbelievable technological advancements and increase human flourishing in so many ways, to say that it is the fundamental problem. I just think that's a mistake. I think we could look back at all what is inevitable because of actual original sin is that whatever system is put in place is going to degrade over time and bear and collapse under its own weight over time. The illiberal order that some of these people want to put in place, and listen, I think some of them probably want an illiberal order that's virtuous. And I think some of them want an illiberal order that is not virtuous. But even if I grant that the illiberal order will be a virtuous illiberal order, that it'll be a strong man for good, that is still going to break down. I think it'll break down much faster than liberalism broke down. The again, because there's an actual thing called actual original sin, and it isn't class, and it isn't government coercion, and it isn't democratic politics, and it isn't human freedom. It's sin, and sin just corrupts everything as it goes. So, I think people are looking for a simple solution to what is actually an unsolvable problem, which is the problem of man. And one of the beautiful things about particularly America's form of liberalism, as sort of created by our two founding documents, the Declaration and then the Constitution, is it sort of built into its understanding of the world the problem of original sin, actual original sin. And it sought to constrain or mitigate some of the worst excesses of actual original sin by strong protection for minority rights, not just populism, by not allowing one branch of government to hold in itself too much of the power, too much authority, to actually require government to be small, to require government to be slow so that people can't react out of impulse in every moment. And I would say it seems just as likely to me that most of the problems we face now are because of the erosion of those systems which were meant to positively channel liberalism breaking down as they are to I would blame that long before I would blame the concept of liberalism itself.
Well, and that really, I think, is the question now, before we move on to other things, is how do you articulate a positive vision of how to deal with the excesses of liberalism that have become...
Real quick, I'm going to jump in very quickly, and I do apologize. I wasn't able to hear all of it. Real quick, has Jeremy Boring come out and said that he is a homosexual? And I'm only asking that because Candace said on her show today that he was. And I'm noticing a trend when Candace disagrees with people, she immediately attacks their sexuality. Now, maybe he is. Maybe he is a member of the alphabet community. But like she said the same thing about Tyler Boyer, and the dude is married, and there's no reason to believe what she said. And I'm just wondering, why does she keep going to that? And I think she said something about Ben Shapiro being like a swinger, if I'm not mistaken. Like, she just seems like, it just seems odd that when she really gets torqued off at somebody, she challenges whether or not they, what team they play for, as the kids like to say. I don't know. I just wondered, I was trying to figure out if maybe he addressed that at all. But it does seem like everybody that she has an issue with, they get called out for something. And I do think it's interesting because I'm going to keep saying this. She has a lot of projection. She projects a lot. So is it possible that she is projecting her own situation out onto everybody else? Yeah, shout out. I like how you said this, Candace, calls everyone and everything fake and gay. Is that possible that it's because she is in that situation? That's just my thought. I don't know. I'd love to hear what y'all think about it. All right, I'm back. Let's finish this up. Shout out.
Woke and embedded themselves in institutions, etc., without going to the simple solution, the scapegoat, this group's to blame, etc. What is the positive vision to address all this without going tyrannical, without going into this type of worldview?
Well, I think that we can look back at moments when Western civilization was functioning much more in a much more healthy way, and you don't have to look back all that far. We were discussing a little bit before the show in the brief time that we got together how different the world was just before COVID-19. How if we could get in a time machine and go back to 2019, we probably would be shocked by the reality, even though it was only 6 years ago, and we all lived through it and were adults and fully formed and had laid down with ladies and gone to war. And we can't even remember what the regular world was like before they stopped it spinning on its axis and then tried to hit Control-Alt-Delete and reboot the whole damn thing. History, I say this all the time, history, for people will ask me, I'm particularly bad at this. People say, do you remember when this person did this? And I'll say, yeah. And do you remember when this person did this? Yeah. Which came first? I don't know, because history becomes very two-dimensional to me. History flattens. It does for all of us. You should probably get a little longer than I get out of it, but history becomes very flat. But history wasn't flat. History was just as complex and robust as the present, obviously. And if you could go back just a little ways, the West was doing great. You know, the Reagan-Thatcher moment in the 1980s was an unbelievable moment of economic growth, economic prosperity, strength, the defeat of the Soviet Union, the victory of liberalism and democracy over tyranny. You don't have to look back. You don't have to even look back at all. You only have to look across land masses or across oceans to see the results of tyranny, to see the results of strongman government and how it actually fails in practice. Of course, it's true that in the kingdom of God, it won't be a democracy. There'll be one guy in charge, but he'll have the advantage of being perfect and also being God. He'll know everything. He won't make mistakes. He will be truly virtuous. Until you get to that system, I think a far better system is a channeled liberalism. Channeled by what? Channeled by rule of law, channeled by cultural institutions. We've destroyed all of our cultural institutions. Channeled by the family. We've destroyed the family. Did liberalism destroy the family? No, we destroyed the family. And when we destroyed the family, liberalism became unchanneled. So, you know, I think the real problem that we face as a people is that the work is us. We're actually the thing that's gone wrong. Now, liberalism is not, by the way, some sort of, I think we derive our sense of liberalism from Christian religion. And so I do think that there's a spiritual component, a spiritual example of liberalism being good, seeing what virtuous liberalism can look like. But liberalism itself is not some innate virtue.
Right.
It's like capitalism is not an innate virtue. But channeled by virtue, capitalism and liberalism are the two most successful and most virtuous sort of philosophies that we can have for governing society. We've got to put those, we've got to bring back the virtue part that constrains them and channels them. I would much rather do that than try to just form a government where, or some governing order wherein the unvirtuous rule over the also unvirtuous. That's not going to fix things.
This episode of Trigonometry is brought to you by Next Insurance, built to protect things, having to be replaced by people who've never acted in, etc. Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, I often think when people are critical of movies that I make, that while I know that the movie I actually made is nowhere near as good as the movie that they would have made if they had ever made a movie, making movies is impossible. Yeah. My friend Phelan McAleer told me years ago, he said, directing a movie is a job that is so difficult, it's actually impossible, and therefore it mentally breaks every person foolish enough to endeavor to do it. And he's right. You just go mad because it's so complex, and you're just in a war against reality the entire time. You say you heard about these horrors that happened on our set. It's true. We had a guy, a good friend of mine, Jeff Don, had a massive heart attack on set. We had a horse roll over one of our actors and break his legs. Amazingly, he had an identical twin, also living in Budapest at the time, who wasn't an actor, but who was very kind and stepped up and made sure we were able to continue. One of our producers fell on the ice and broke her arm horribly, required surgery. And those were the good days. Those are the days where the production itself mostly kept working. And yet, there's nothing more rewarding than creation. I'm one who believes that, in the New Testament, in the book of John, it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Mm-hmm. And through him all things were made that were made, and apart from him was nothing made. And to me, that says that if you take the Christian view that Genesis 1 says God created the heavens and the earth, and John 1 says that all things were made through Christ, and the Christian perspective is that Christ is the part of God most associated with man. He's the part of God that walked the earth as man. Then what you can draw from all of that is that man is that God associates creation with man. Mm-hmm. That the part of God that is creative is the part of God that identifies and walks as man. You take Adam naming the animals in the garden. A thing without a name may not even exist. If you read Spencer Klavin's terrific book, Light of the Mind, Light of the World. This entire quantum concept that exists now in science, human observation is an active participant in God's creation. We're literally creating the world as we observe it. God creates through man. And so I think that we have a responsibility to be active participants in creation, not just passive, not just through looking around are we creating, but through getting our hands dirty. And that might, I think creating business is a beautiful thing to do. People, when I first started the Daily Wire, my Hollywood friends would say, "Oh, how's it feel? You used to be a creative, now you're a suit." I said, "No, I am a creative. I'm creating something different than what I used to try to create." Creating a family is part of the act of creation, maybe the most important part of the act of creation. But we're not here to consume and die. We're here to create. And for me, there's an artistic component to that. I've been fortunate in my life to get to make movies, to make music, to make businesses. But I think for whoever you are, wherever you are, you should be a part of that. And as conservatives, and all of these words have become very tricky in modern time, right? The word conservative has about 18 different definitions, and we are part of the conservative civil wars for the definition of the word. But I don't want to conserve the past. I want to conserve the best things about the past while building a better future because of the wisdom that we've inherited. I don't want to throw out the wisdom of the past and try to build a whole new world based on my impulses or my instincts, divorced from all the great hard-won creation of the people who went before us. But I also don't want to keep the stuff that sucked. And I think that is what we're called upon to do as people, as people who are part of this right of center movement in the country. The left understands creating the future. They just reject the past. And the right tends to understand holding on to the past, but fails when it comes time to build the future. I've always said, at the Daily Wire, I would say our job is to fight the left and build the future. I think my kind of updated Jeremy 2.0 view of it is fight for freedom and build the future. We have to continually be building. And Pendragon's the biggest artistic project I've ever gotten to be a part of building. 1,000 people worked on it, 1,000 artists worked on an unbelievable cast. I think truly there may have never been a better cast of relatively unknown actors that ever came together to make a project. I think when people see the show, they'll think I'm exaggerating here, or that I'm sort of bragging. I take no credit for it. The way the cast came together was miraculous. And I think when people see the show, they'll be like, damn, these guys are terrific. And we told a story. The most told story in the Western canon outside of stories directly from the Bible is the Arthurian myth. And we told it in a way that I think is sort of true to its actual Christian origins. And, to the extent that maybe Game of Thrones was subversive in its time because of its nihilism, I think the Pendragon cycle is subversive in its time because of its rejection of nihilism. It's a very hopeful project, and it's sort of about this moment that we live in. It's about a moment of great political upheaval, of great spiritual and religious upheaval, and about how we prioritize our values. And so to that extent, even though we made something that's about the deep past, I think we made something that's really urgently relevant to the world in which we live. I couldn't be more proud of it.
Let me jump on this real quick. So I can rock with what Jeremy is saying as relates to being creative. And, we're a part of the creative experience. We're not just here to consume. And of course, I'm looking at the trailer for this movie. It does look pretty good. I'm not gonna lie about it. I think it looks pretty good. And I think ultimately I do believe that, Daily Wire I think Jeremy Boring leading Daily Wire wanted to turn it more into a movie content creating, not just putting out podcasts, not just doing small things, but like larger projects. And I think that's probably, listening to him, that makes sense what he's doing. I would just like to hear both sides. We heard Candace tell the story today, and a lot of us didn't even know some of the stuff that she was talking about until she said it. So I would love for Candace, we have Candace's story, but I would love to hear Jeremy's story and maybe even some people around him, and just kind of see what was actually true. Because, they made it sound like it was this crazy vanity project, but it looks like a really well thought out project. in line with what his vision was for Daily Wire. So maybe I wouldn't have done it exactly like that if you moved all this stuff in heaven and earth and bankrupted all that. But did he really do it? I don't know. I don't know. All I got, this is from one side of the story. I wouldn't mind hearing the whole story and like, okay, what, and compare it to what Candace said and other people, because again, maybe I can kind of understand what he was trying to do. And I hope it is successful. I hope he does get it out and people are able to see it and say, wow, this is a great project. So anyway, I just wanted to get that in there. We're almost finished with this. Let's get done.
Jeremy, what a pleasure it's been to have you on.
Oh, it is.
Incredible conversation.
Thank you.
Final question is always the same. What's the one thing that we're not talking about as a society that we really should be?
Before Jeremy answers the final question, at the end of the interview, make sure you head over to triggerpod.co.uk where you get to see him answer your questions. How did the death of Charlie Kirk affect you and other senior people at the Daily Wire, and what do you think his lasting impact will be?
You know, I should have fired Candace much earlier than I did.
Why? What for? Why was she actually fired?
There are so many. Of course, one who's going to go on trigonometry thinks about the answer to this question.
Okay, so they really want you to go to their Substack. So that question right there. Okay, I see how they did that. Well done. I like that. That was slick.
I came up with like a whole list of things that we should be talking about that we aren't. One of them is just the left. You know, this right-wing civil war seems to be all-consuming right now. Meanwhile, the left is reassembling after the political defeats, their recent political defeats, and they've gone completely mad, and they're poised to grab great political power in the coming years. And I'm very concerned about that. I'm concerned that we've been too triumphalist, and we're about to have real challenges again on our hands. But I think the biggest thing that people should be talking about that we're not talking about right now is the negative impacts of social media. It's like we've skipped it completely and we've moved on to worrying about AI. And AI is still an abstraction, largely. Unbelievable advancements. It's an unbelievable tool at the moment, although an imperfect one. And it may be as disruptive and horrible as everybody fears, but it's not the moment we actually live in. The moment that we live in is the moment created by a cell phone in every pocket and social media on every cell phone, and what it's doing to us as a people. You know, all of the things we've discussed today have been empowered by this moment of social media. Some of them are good. There'd be no Daily Wire, as I said at the very beginning. What we realized was the opportunity in social media. That was our sort of founding observation. Pendragon wouldn't exist without social media. It's an alternative to the way Hollywood does things. That's an opportunity that we were afforded because of social media. Obviously, we have access to information, access to friends who in previous generations we might have lost touch with, access to family who we might not have been as close to, access to data and information. And, you know, I got sick recently and was able to so quickly understand things that would have taken so much longer in any system that went before. And yet, all of the audience capture, all of the political disruption, much of the things that have happened in the last 20 years that are blamed on liberalism are actually because of the excesses created by this new technology. And when new technology emerges, it's always the same. Yes, it brings about the opportunity for huge good, and in fact, the reality of huge good, and it brings about the opportunity and the reality of huge ill. It's incredibly disruptive. You know, the printing press led to 30 years of sectarian violence across the entire continent of Europe because suddenly people could read the Bible. And so what they do, like everybody who first reads that God so loved the world that he sent his only son, that whoever believed in him would have eternal life, they start killing each other. It's the first thing. It takes a long time to adapt to these kinds of disruptions, to socially evolve. And I think you could make an argument that we haven't fully evolved to embrace the printing press yet. The printing press. And in our lifetimes, how many of printing press level advancements technologically have happened? Nothing. No one's ever lived through more disruptions than the people on the planet right now.
Sure.
And you see what's happening. There's been great reporting even done this in the last week about the political gap between male and female, the huge changes in attention span, the changes in the nature of tribalism, that now we have more in common with strangers who have no geographical connection to us than we do with our neighbors. You know, if your kid's on their bike and they get hit by a car your Facebook friends aren't going to do shit. You need your neighbor to come out of their house when they hear the noise and call emergency services and provide CPR. Like, it's the people who are around us that are the people who should be the most important in our lives. And social media, for the first time in all of history, has disrupted that. And what it's doing to children, again, great reporting this week on what's happened just since computers became ubiquitous in classrooms. And we've gone so far past computers being ubiquitous in classrooms. There's a computer in every child's pocket. We talked briefly about pornography, and you said you don't believe it should be banned, but that obviously people use too much pornography. We could have an argument as to whether or not pornography should be banned, obviously, but I will say that there are some things that people can't self-regulate about. And there are some things that some people can't self-regulate about. And we have always, as a culture, even in the freest societies in the West, we have always provided some guardrails around those things. Maybe not yes or no guardrails, but certainly some guardrails have existed. And we live in a time where most of the most destructive things are online and there are no guardrails at all. I've noticed some conversation since being here that maybe Britain recently put a age gate in front of porn.
I like Jeremy, but Jeremy's long-winded. Jeremy, you long-winded, my dude. I think what you're saying is fine. It's just like, maybe we could zero in. Maybe we could just get to the you've already made your point. You made it actually 3 good times. Well, I don't think we need to go hear about Britain. Just my little 2 cents.
Pornography. Some states in America are doing that. Obviously, there's challenges with it. Are you giving the government access to information about who views pornography or who doesn't? Are you making it so, I think there's some real concerns about the way that that's going about. But obviously, you can't live in a society where the average 12-year-old has seen more breasts than King Solomon. And we do. And that's just
crazy fact. Word.
Just like shutting down the world and then hitting restart is going to have an impact that we have not even begun to really reckon with yet. The ubiquity of pornography for men in particular and for children especially, of course that's going to have unbelievable consequences, and we've not even begun to grapple with those consequences. And I would just say, as I said earlier about Candace Owens, so much of what we engage with online now is just rhetorical pornography. It's just the same dopamine-inducing narcotic, and we have not solved it. It seems so obvious to me that children should not have access to technology that adults have not yet figured out how to condition themselves to use. And listen, I'm one of the great beneficiaries of social media. You guys are among the great beneficiaries of the social media age. I do not cavalierly say, we should outlaw. So of course we shouldn't outlaw social media. But I think the true negative impacts of social media, we're only beginning to understand them. And I think that if we want to preserve all of the good created by the ubiquity of the computer in your pocket and social media on the computer, we have to get serious about understanding the negative consequences and figuring out how to mitigate against them. I suspect that there's a world, probably not too far in our future, where everyone having the Bible and being able to read the gospel is only good. And all of the, but first we killed each other, is behind us. But we're just not there. And I don't think that there's enough emphasis on trying to get us there. I think that we all like the dopamine. And so we basically don't want to talk about these. And there are some guys, Jonathan Haidt and others, who do, of course. But I think the impacts are so terrible right now for the culture that it's shocking that it isn't the biggest thing that we talk about.
Well, we had Jonathan on, Jonathan Haidt. Our interview has done really good numbers because I think a lot of people recognize this, particularly when it comes to children, as you point out. And again, I also think, again, it's an area, it comes down to personal responsibility. Are you going to let your children have a smartphone, and at what age? And all of these conversations, I think parents should think really carefully about.
Well, I agree about personal responsibility, but I also think that it's good that we say kids under 18 can't have cigarettes. And I think that we will look back. You see pictures sometimes from the turn of the century where there's like a 12-year-old boy on a street corner with a selling newspapers with a cigarette in his mouth, and you think
that's when our countries were
It
great.
was a better
That's when our
time.
countries were
It was a
great.
better
That was it.
time.
That was
Maybe
it.
we need to bring back smoking for
That's
12-year-olds.
right. Well, I will say I would rather my daughter smoke than have social media.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I think that we will look back at kids having smartphones and social media today with an even worse pit in our stomach than looking back at those kids smoking in the.
Yeah, I actually think the movement is in that direction in terms of schools banning phones, countries banning certain things for under 18s, etc. So I think I'm grateful you bring that issue up because I think it's really important. Hopefully, we are moving in the right direction, but there's a long way to go. I totally agree with you.
Please follow me at Jeremy P. Boring on Twitter.
Jeremy, great to have you on. Before we head on over to Substack, where our supporters get to ask you their questions, just tell everybody how they can watch the Pendragon Cycle if they want to.
The Pendragon Cycle premiered on January 22nd at Daily Wire Plus. You can head over there and buy a subscription, and it's a 7-episode series. And I can say with all honesty, every single episode is better than the last. By the time you get to episode 5 and 6, it's really unbelievable what the cast accomplished. So hope everybody will give it a shot.
All right. Well, before you head over to Daily Wire Plus, head over to triggerpod.co.uk where Jeremy's going to answer your questions.
All right. Okay.
Like many right-wing commentators, I think the Daily Wire does a great
I like how they did that. Put the audience questions on a separate platform. They make a little bit of bread off of that. I'm not mad at that. I like that a lot. That was good. You know what I found out very interesting listening to Jeremy? Jeremy Boring brings up, now what, I don't know his faith. I'm not betting on his profession. All I know is he brings up Christ, the gospel, salvation, sin. He brings up a lot of those details of the Christian faith just in his normal conversation. That's very interesting to me. It just seems interesting, like, because I'm looking, because this is probably in the chat real quick. Give a hand emoji if this is your first time ever hearing an interview with Jeremy Boring, okay? Or you can type the word hand if you're like me. I don't have access to it right now. This is my first time ever hearing him, apart from that long Candace, why Candace got fired. I think I've maybe seen or heard him like in a couple of ads that they did for Daily Wire. But yeah, I don't know much about Jeremy Boring. So I think it's very interesting. Okay. Yeah. I'm not, because I don't want somebody to say, well, he did this, that, and the other, and then I, like, as if I co-signed on his profession of faith. I'm just saying he made a profession that I think sounds very interesting. I will give him the benefit of the doubt for that, for sure. Okay, so this is why I'm thinking I wanted to bring that up. It just seems interesting that, of course, we were all introduced to Jeremy Boring, sad to say, through Candace, right? And it's interesting, she has already thrown out the chum on the water that he's a terrible person, that he's a member of the Alphabet Mafia. I've never heard her say that he was a Christian. I would have thought that he was somebody professing to be some form of Judaism. So it's just interesting how but she's done this to so many other people. Before you meet them, she throws their names out there and she's already sullied what your perspective might be about this person. So before you meet him, you already like, oh yeah, this person's a good for nothing lowdown. Now, thankfully, I don't think most of us do that, but I think that's what she's striving for. Because I'm like, where did she get this idea that he is just some flagrant member of the Alphabet community? Like, where did she get that from? I'm looking up information about him. I'm looking on his Wikipedia. I'm looking on his IMDb. He's been married since 2006. I'm like, where are you getting this from? And I was just thinking about how often she does that to people. She'll sullen the deal, spoil the pot, if you will, before you ever get to meet this person. And it does backfire because now we've checked them out, and maybe we'll watch the Pendragon. Was it Pendragon Circle? Maybe we'll watch that. I mean, just to dig in the eye a little bit more. Like, we're gonna watch the Pendragon Circle, and you can't stop us. So, I wanted to bring that up because I thought that was good. Shout out to Jeremy Boring and the the trigonometry. I hope the mods have dropped the link to that in the chat, because that seems like a pretty good interview. And if you want to check it out, I would love for you to be able to do that. If not, I'll make sure I drop it in here. I have got to talk about some of these supers. I want to say thank you so much. Y'all are the best. What do we have here? Deb says this with the 5. Delusional prosecutory is paranoid beliefs and accusations are persistent, organized, and fixed. Accusations are persistent and cruel, and ideas are jumbled. That's Candace. I mean, that's Candace in 4K. Thank you so much for that. And I want to come back and we'll talk about the video. I want to talk about that. The Erica doing the Zoom call. I want to talk about that as well. I have a feeling this is going to backfire so hard on Candy. At least that's what I'm praying for. Praying for Erica. I'm praying that it backfires too, but I don't even think it has to be like a wishing on a star. I'm praying like, Lord, please. I think it's going to backfire because people are like, no, you're telling me. If you watch that without any context from Candace, most people would come away from that like, oh, that's pretty normal. Yeah, my CEO does that. Oh, yeah, we do a Zoom call with my CEO, and it's very similar. Like most people would. You need the context from Candace to see it as being nefarious. You need that extra chumming of the water. You need that poisoning of the well in order for you to say something's going wrong here. Otherwise, you'd probably just say it wouldn't have. Most people normal people would not have even said anything wrong with that. And there is nothing wrong with it. Thank you so much, Loving Jesus, for the $50 super. My goodness. Thank you so very much. As a person grieving from losing a child 2 years ago, my condolences. I understand Erica fulfilling the mission through her grief. I also run a nonprofit, and I did the same. I do it in his memory. Candy is a demon. The fact that she sullens and besmirches people that are doing what normal folk do, you still got to take care. Did Candace want them to just close up TPUSA until further notice? Like, that's crazy work. And, Milk Bar put up the video today, I think it was, where Candace was talking about she wanted Erica to be CEO. She was okay with it, as if her approval is what we were seeking, which is this crazy work. All right, let me keep this rock going. Thank you again very much, Loving Jesus 777 for the very kind $50 super. You'll be the stream sponsor for sure. What's going on, West Virginia, with the 5? Be sure to like, share. She is sick. Wow. Yeah, man, that is some crazy work, man. Thank you so much, West Virginia. Thank you so much, Marissa, right here with the 5. She wanted Dodge results. Maybe firing people was a result of the you mean Doge. Okay, Doge results. Maybe the Doge effort. That's what Elon did. Candace probably never had a real job. She did have some real jobs, but I wonder why she left those jobs. But let's keep it going. Downtown D with the 5. Anytime I have seen Erica speak, she only ever talks about Charlie, not about herself. It's about him and TPUSA. Candace is truly evil for this. Yeah, now that I think about it, I don't hear much about her either. I don't know her. I don't know of her to speak much about herself. Maybe I've heard her. I'm trying to think, because I probably listened to her maybe like 6-7 times talk about it. But it is interesting. I think you make a great point. I definitely appreciate that. What you got here? Reformed Chick with the 5. This same day, even though supposedly Candace Owens couldn't function, she uploaded episode 236. Charlie Kirk shooting suspect charge. Something's not right. She is so vile. See? And I bet you she had hair and makeup on. I bet you she was fine putting out content, which is crazy work. That's an excellent point. Very keen observation. Thank you so much for that. MT said this with the $2. Their children, Candace, she is his wife, not you. I told you she's a better widow. She's trying to position herself as the better widow. I don't know if that's a phenomenon or like a movie trope, but she is the better widow. Candy is mad they were let go because they are her leaks. Okay. And that's why they were fired. I mean, it's funny that she says like, oh, these people were let go, and they immediately when they got let go, they ran to Candace. That's interesting. It just seems that, and I'm going to go on a limb and still say I need proof that that video call she did where it was looking up at the ceiling. I need proof that that's real. Just because you had some people use TPUSA words and whatnot, there's how do we know that's real? What is our evidence to believe that that was actually a real firing of a real employee at TPUSA? What is it? You take your word for it? Nah, I'm good. Nah, before I get my pitchforks out and chase down TPUSA, I need proof that that really happened. Thank you, MT, again. Press because her sources got fired. $2. Thank you so much. I mean, y'all making me believe it. Maybe that's why they got fired. Well, we can say this emphatically. They didn't see the value of because I've seen people leave TPUSA and they don't share any extra information. They're not putting out tweets and emails and DMs, all that kind of stuff. Why is it that these people do that? That might show a little bit about their character. Maybe so. Phantom said this, Charlie Kirk is not paying any attention to anything here. Right. Scripture teaches that the dead know nothing. Like they are not involved in what's going on here on the earth. Charlie Kirk, and that's to Erica as well as to Candace. Charlie Kirk is not worried about what's going on here. Trust me. He is not. And again, thank you so much. Nothing in Erica Kerr's video was off in any way. Again, you know what I think should happen? If Turning Point wanted to be uber petty, they should just post those videos without any commentary and just post them and just let people hear them. And then they can decide, oh man, that's horrible. She smiled too much, or oh, she giggled. Oh my gosh. Or they'll say, okay, this sounds like a CEO. It sounds like the president of my company. This sounds like, the leadership in my office. We had a big issue pop up, and this is kind of how they were trying to keep everything together. And I think, what's his name? Graham Allen, we listened to earlier. He's right on the money. Like, this is a leadership call. This is not a kumbaya, let's mourn together, let's cry together call. This is I want you to know that things are moving well. We're going to keep you all employed, so on and so forth. And just because they said that, and there are people that are going to get fired, that doesn't mean that they're obligated to keep them. She knows that. Yeah, thank you so much for that, Phantom. I like how you said it. Bunny is boiled. The water is gone. It is burnt. Thank you so much for the $2. And if you know about, was that Fatal Attraction? Yeah, Fatal Attraction. That is the bunny boiling trope is not lost on us at all. Welcome, Mom. We appreciate you, a brand new member. We appreciate you falling on through. Thank you so much. MT says this. Remember when you said she'd grab the race card? I told y'all before this thing was over with, it was going to become a race thing. Because I told y'all the optics are there. Blonde hair, blue-eyed, or what is it? Was her eyes gray? Blonde hair, gray eye, whatever. White woman, black hair, black eye, brown eye, black woman. She's gonna use a race optic. It's coming. How much does she pay for her legal retainer? Her lawyers must be getting paid and don't have any ethical standards, or fired her. That would be a huge trigger for her. Have any sponsors quit? I don't know about that. Okay, last night on Paramount Tactical, Gary, the obscure YouTuber, shout out to the obscure YouTuber, he had Andrea Burkhart on. She's a defense attorney. She's really crushing it out here in his social media space, answered lots of questions. And she was talking about that. And she mentioned something I had totally forgot about and I didn't think about. And it is defamation insurance. There's actually an insurance writer that content creators and the such like that can get that handles exactly what Candace is doing. Now, I don't think that guarantees you that you can just run around and just be willy-nilly. But think about it. If she has a insurance policy that will cover the defamation case against the Macrons, covers the defamation case that's coming against from TPUSA and others, maybe that's why she's moving so reckless. She already knows the lawyers are going to take care of it. Now, the other thing that Andrea mentioned is once the case becomes the insurance company's case, they will do things that maybe the person doesn't want to be done. Example being what? That's right. Rhymes with remiss. That's right. Dismiss. That doesn't rhyme with it. Sorry about that. That was bad. Clip that. Dismissals. So Candace could have been right by saying, oh, we're not going to dismiss it. But her attorneys, because they work for, if she has an insurance policy, the attorneys could have been like, oh, yes, we are, and override even what Candace wants. So it's something to think about. I don't know that emphatically that that's what's going on behind the scenes, but if you've ever had ever had a car accident, sometimes the law firms do things with the insurance company, or insurance company will offer things that are well beyond, or lower than what you would probably take as an individual. But once your attorneys get involved in it, it might go somewhere different. So it's just something I thought about. And Andre kind of talked about that last night on Paramount Tactical's channel. Shout out. All right. Thank you so much here with the 5. I don't believe she outed Brett. I believe Brett wanted that private total narcissist. Oh, you talking about Brett Cooper. Oh, no, goodness. No problem at all. And you know why? Because I think, well, let's be honest. Let's be honest here. Because Daily Wire has been bothering Candace, and Candace has gone on the attack of Daily Wire, guess what? We now know about the Pendragon cycle. A lot of people might not have known about that beforehand. And guess who's in that movie, if I'm not mistaken? I believe Brett Cooper's in that movie. So it is very possible that, or a 7-part series, not a movie, it's a series. It's very possible that Candace, and we're talking about backfiring, her vitriol, her evilness toward Turning Point, toward Daily Wire, and toward who she perceives as her enemies is going to backfire because she's now giving attention to other entities and to groups and to projects that we probably wouldn't have known about. We probably wouldn't have known about them. And now, if Daily Wire was smart, they would get out there and get the little horse and put the Pendragon in there. If they were smart, they would because everybody likes a little horse, right? So I'm putting a little horse and he's walking across the Pendragon marquee or something. I don't know. Put him in the movie. Put him in a little clip and put him in there. I don't know, but that little horse needs to be there, and all because Candace. So like literally, her vitriol is actually working against her. She getting that Heyman treatment. Clip. Well, here we go. Clip clop. Just thought it was funny when she said earlier. Absolutely. What do we have here? We got a member for 2 months. What's going on, lady? Been a member for 2 months. I feel smarter for listening to Jeremy Boring on this pod, unlike feeling dumber listening to Candace. Well, there we go. Hey, I thought Jeremy Boring was pretty cool. He wasn't boring. Uh-oh. Dun-dun-dun. I need my rim shot. Hold on, let me get my rim shot. Where's my rim shot? I could do this. All right, that's all I got. I don't have my rim shot. I don't see it. Anyway. If I run across it, I'll pull it back up. I don't see it. All right, I'll keep that one for, I'll use that one next time I try to drop a joke. I better not, right? All right, shout out to Amethyst. Thank you so much for the 10. For the 5, please forgive me. A loving reminder for all. Open your Bibles. Proverbs 13, 2-3. Proverbs 20, 19. Proverbs 20, 22. Stand aside and watch the Lord do his thing. You know what? I'm going to do something different. Because I want to make sure that I don't just call out the lack of Bible knowledge on Candace's platform and I don't take full advantage of the opportunity that I have. Shout out Amethyst. Thank you so much for that. Let's jump over to the Bible Hub. All right, Bible Hub. We're going to go to Proverbs very quickly. I appreciate all of y'all who've been with us. We've been in here for a while tonight. I really appreciate it, y'all. We're going to go to Proverbs. Well, let me jump to Proverbs 13. And I'm going to do that ESV, that elect standard version. Absolutely. And we're looking at Proverbs 13, 2 through 3. A wise son, I'm just going to read the first part. I love it anyway. A wise son hears his father's instruction, but a scoffer does not listen to rebuke. From the fruit of his mouth, a man eats what is good, but the desires of the treacherous is for violence. Whoever guards his mouth preserves his life. Whoever opens wide his lips comes to ruin. If that's not Candace, I don't know what else is. Let's jump to 22. Do not say, I will. Ooh, come on. Oh, we got to read that one. We're going to take our time to read that one. Do not say, I will repay evil. Wait for the Lord, and he will deliver you. That's it right there. And I'm going to read 22. Wait. Oh, I was supposed to read 19 too. Sorry about that. Whoever goes about slandering reveals secrets. Come on. Therefore, do not associate with a simple babbler. Thank you so much, Amethyst. I appreciate that. That was right on the money. We needed that. Thank you, love. Thank you so much. Oh, wait, did you give me another one too? 11. So now we got to go to 11:3. All right. You know, I'll do that. I'll do that. Let's see, Proverbs 11:3. The integrity of the upright guides them, but the crookedness of the treacherous destroys them. I mean, her own crookedness is going to destroy her. There we go. I mean, you can't beat that with a bat. Thank you, Amethyst, for the very kind $2. I appreciate it, and for that great encouragement. Candy hasn't heard of peace beyond understanding. She can't grasp biblical grief. Erica sounded so kind and understanding. Thank you, Jesus Freak 2000, for the 5. Like, the fact that, like, that says something. I can't say anything but amen to what you're saying. But, like, imagine the fact that you use somebody being gracious as a bad thing. Somebody demonstrating that they're leading a company as a bad thing. That's some wild work. And then your audience actually eats that up. That says something about them. Thank you so much, Jesus Freak. Amethyst came back around. I'd be interested in Simon Sinek's view on the issue of when trauma hits the C-suite. He's very good business social commentator. Okay, I admit I don't know who Simon is. I'm sure you're going to send me an email, Amethyst, and I will check them out from there. Thank you, love. I like it. Thank you. And then what do we have here? Cindy says this with the 10. Candace Owens got upset with Daily Wire because she had a terrible contract. Steven Crowder called it out when they tried to sign him to a contract. It was a big dust up a few years back. Yeah, I don't remember the ins and outs of it. I do remember hearing it like in passing, but I wasn't dialed into it. I didn't know what was going on. But I can say this. I want to hear, we've heard Candace tell the story. I want to hear from, the Daily Wire. I want to hear from PragerU. I want to hear from other persons besides Candace interpreting what actually happened in their falling out. TPUSA. I'd love to know I'd love to know, like, why did they fire? What was that like when you let go of Candace at any of these companies? Because we're getting an understanding from Daily Wire, but like PragerU, they're super quiet. TPUSA, sadly, they're getting all the smoke. I'd love to hear that. I wouldn't mind hearing what do they say about this. You said a good question from Mama Bear. What was Mama Bear's question? What happened to all the money that was raised for Mitch? That's a great question. Let's look. I'm sure. Okay, it's still up. Here, let me pull it in so y'all can see it. It's still up. Great question. It's still up. It's at $148,710. 3,189 people gave. It's been shared 310, and 262 have been praying. And literally, it looks like somebody gave like an hour ago. I don't know why they're giving to it. This is okay. Yeah, I'm not going to analyze it, but some of these comments just don't. Okay, you know what? Here, let me drop the link to it so you can go check it out. Go check it out yourself. Do these comments sound normal to you? I don't know. They don't sound normal to me. I'm not going to spend the time tonight going through it, but they just don't sound right. All right, what we got here? Good people in the comments. I appreciate y'all. Steven Crowder may talk about it like I said he had a run-in with Jeremy Boring and Candace. Oh, okay. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Okay, so let me double check. I think I got all of my clips done for the day. We will do this again tomorrow. And we'll do the show again tomorrow. I will have to bug out at 6:45 to go pick up Chief Executive Secondborn. You know what? Hold on one second. All right. Thank y'all so much. All right. So the play of all plays is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. However, the Thursday before, they like rehearse all day. Like they literally rehearse, like literally they get excused from all their classes and they just rehearse and all that stuff. And they do like a school-wide assembly to, let the students get like a taste of it, right? And I'm like, if y'all do all of that whole day Thursday, surely you're coming home at normal time on Thursday afternoon. No, they hold my kid hostage again. So needless to say, so tomorrow, Thursday, I am going to leave here at 6:45 to go pick up President Firstborn. Chief Executive Secondborn, please forgive me. Friday, she allegedly, Candace is supposed to have a show. I don't think my wife is going to be available to grab her, so I'll probably have to do the same thing on Friday as well. No, Friday's the show. Yeah, Friday's the show, so I don't know how we're going to do it. We have to figure that out. Because my mom is going to the show on Friday. I'm going on Sunday, and my wife is going Saturday. We try to go to all of their shows. At least one person from the family goes to all the shows, so that they can have at least somebody there supporting them. But it's going to be good. I think it'll be fun. So that is what we have going on, everybody. I want to say thank you all to all of you all who've been tapping into the videos and such like that. You all have really made January a fantastic month. And I just want to say thank you. If you've been hanging out with me for a while or you just found me yesterday, I don't care. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. If you came over from Paramount Tactical or you just were searching around and you saw this bald-headed guy, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you to the members. Thank you for the people in the comments, everybody who hits the like button. All that stuff is being on this side of the camera. It means a lot that you all find value in what we're doing. So I really do want to say again, I don't want it to go without saying, I don't like too many days to go by without me saying thank you. Tomorrow's Thursday. Maybe I'll just do a Thankful Thursday episode and just get it all off my chest. Thankful Thursday and body cams, right? Taser Thursday. Taser Thursday is insane. What's wrong with you, man? Taser Thursday would be crazy. Hold on. Let me get my there you go. Anyway, so the goal is tomorrow to do that. But again, maybe I will do like a little earlier show tomorrow. Who knows? And we'll just clear out some of these traps, some of these body cams and stuff like that. But I really do mean it. Thank y'all so much for hanging out. Thank you so much to the people in X. Thank you to the X people. I know y'all are like, Charlie Kirk's classmates and whatnot. You go to the X-Man school. Shout out to the X folk. I really appreciate y'all. I am going to go hang out with my child and talk to her and tell her bad jokes. Thankfully, y'all won't have to hear them. So shout out to that. Let God be glorified. So y'all, if you don't mind, make sure you tip your waiters on the way out the door. Please drop some green hearts. If you hadn't already subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. Hit the like button, all that kind of good jazz. We will see you all real soon. Until then, everybody, grace and peace. Take care. Thank you so much for tuning in to another episode of the Jay Whitt Podcast. If you enjoyed today's show, please do me a favor and hit me up with that 3-piece special. Like the video, subscribe, and of course, share it with somebody who would also enjoy this type of content. And make sure you leave a comment because I do pin the best comments to the top. So thank you so much for tuning in today. And until next time, everybody, grace and peace.